But I remind you all, please, to switch off or silence your mobiles and other devices. I'm told, or I understand, that we're not needing to clear out of the room this week, which is some good news. In terms of our programme, we should be hearing the evidence of Historic Environment Scotland over the next couple of days or so, and then move on to the Architectural Heritage Society of Scotland. We're up on our programme, as it were, so we aim to start at 10 every morning and finish sometime between 4 and 5 in the afternoon. One last thing before we get back to the evidence. We've been handed a copy of Mr. Leventhal's now numbered precognition. I think everyone has a copy of that. Okay, any procedural matters before we get back to, or before we get to the evidence of Historic Environment Scotland? Anything from anyone? Mr. Steele, nothing?
No, sir, although I wonder if there was a suggestion of more work going on. I gather some at this side of the room are indicating that might be the case. I don't know.
Well, that's right. I've just been informed that there is some heavy drilling to be going on, but it's been organised for when we break at lunchtime, so it shouldn't affect us. But we'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Mr. Mackay.
Good morning. The first witness for Historic Environment Scotland is Dr. Catherine Middleton. Good morning. Dr. Middleton, as indicated at the end of last week, I'd like to take the bulk of the main precognition as read, but can I ask you please to introduce yourself by reading the introduction section, paragraphs 1 to 6 of the main precognition.
My name is Catherine Middleton. I am Senior Casework Officer at Historic Environment Scotland, for whom I prepared this precognition. I've worked for HES and its predecessor body, Historic Scotland, since 2003, and I have 12 years practical experience in casework relating to inventory, gardens and designed landscapes across Scotland. I've provided expert advice for HES on call-ins, hearings and appeals relating to inventory sites, and I have written policy guidance for the organisation. I'm the principal author of Managing Change in the Historic Environment, Gardens and Designed Landscapes Guidance, the GDL guidance, which was reviewed by my peers at HES and subject to public consultation before publication in 2016. My qualifications and experience are set out in my CV. This precognition should be read in the context of the advice contained in the letters and consultation responses which set out the full advice of HES, including the advice of its statutory predecessor, HS, for which HES is now responsible. I am the case officer who considered the planning applications, the 2015 and 2017 applications, in relation to the impact of the development on the new town gardens designed landscape, the GDL, thereby contributing to HES's consultation responses. HES objected to the 2015 and 2017 applications in terms of the significant adverse impact on Carlton Hill, a critically and visually prominent element of the GDL. The scope of my evidence is to outline HES's assessment of the impact of the proposed development on the GDL, which was added to the inventory of gardens and design landscapes in 2001 in recognition of its national importance. I visited the site and key viewpoints on many occasions before, during and since the consultation processes for both applications. In presenting this evidence, I adopt the content of my topic paper and assessment, to which reference should also be made.
Thank you. Now, can you please then read your rebuttal precognition?
I have reviewed the precognitions submitted by the witnesses for the appellants, in particular Hannah Tweedy's precognition, and would like to make the following points in rebuttal. Assessment of views and impact on the integrity of the whole GDL. Hannah Tweedy's precognition states that my topic paper and assessment, quote, focuses on a limited number of the larger assembly of viewpoints which were prepared for the visual assessment of the ES. These visualisations cannot be considered representative of the many and varied viewpoints within or around the GDL as a whole. Dr. Middleton does not consider the effect of the proposed development upon other key views specifically mentioned in the inventory entry, and her assessment provides only a partial and skewed assessment of the impact that the proposals would have on the overall integrity of the new Town Gardens GDL designation as a whole. End quote. In assessing the impact of the 2015 and 2017 applications, I had regard to the full package of viewpoints that were submitted to support both applications. I then considered the impact of the proposals on a series of significant views identified in the GDL entry, and these are the public and private open spaces, circuses and squares, which are part of the strict geometrical framework of the new town, are often visually interconnected. Characteristic of the townscape are long-distance views from outwards from the new town, over to the Firth of Forth, the Fife or East Lothian coastline, or the surrounding hills. And I'd like to draw particular emphasis to views over to the new town extend from the North Bridge and Old Town looking northwards, from Arthur's Seat looking northwest, and from the Royal Botanic Garden looking southwards from Inverleaf House. Using the submitted material, I paid particular attention to views in which the development would be visible. Of the views identified in the GDL entry, I considered that the development would have a significant adverse impact on views over to the new town, extending from the North Bridge and Old Town looking northwards, from Arthur's Seat looking northwest. I agree that the development would not be visible from other parts of the new Town Gardens GDL, which covers a large area. For instance, in my topic paper, I identified important views towards Carlton Hill from Royal Botanic Gardens, which would not be affected by the development. Nor would it be visible in many of the planned views between the public and private open spaces, circuses and squares which make up the GDL. The proposals would not affect the experience, appreciation and understanding of the design intent and cultural heritage value of individual garden spaces of other areas of the new town, with which the development has no intervisibility. However, the vitally important point I would like to make is that Carlton Hill is a small but very significant and visually prominent part of the GDL, which is very different in character from other parts of the inventory site. Other areas of the inventory site, other areas of the GDL designation are composed of enclosed areas with extensive planting surrounded by classical buildings. In contrast, in the Carlton Hill area of the GDL, the landform was manipulated to enhance the rugged qualities of the hill. The buildings and monuments were carefully placed in the landscape with sufficient space around each one, and the planting was controlled to permit long open views in which the surrounding landscape dominates. The resulting picturesque composition is both highly prominent and especially sensitive to change. This contrast to other parts of the new Town Gardens GDL is a very important component of its outstanding cultural heritage value. It was designed to be visually prominent in long views, and this is also an important element of its outstanding significance. I do not agree that this development would have a minor effect upon the setting of the new Town Gardens GDL as a whole. The Historic Environment Policy Statement, HESPS, states that informed change should be managed carefully with the aim of ensuring that the significant elements justifying designation are protected or enhanced. As I set out in my precognition and topic paper, the proposed development would have a significant adverse impact on Carlton Hill, which I consider to be a significant element of the new Town Gardens GDL. due to its prominence, its character, and its outstanding cultural heritage value. It makes a very significant contribution to the outstanding architectural, historical, and scenic value of the New Town Gardens inventory site as a whole, as well as to its outstanding value as a work of art. In my topic paper, I consider the effect of the proposed development on the values which give the GDL its national importance. The unique and intact picturesque designed landscape created on Carlton Hill demonstrates in rock and stone the evolution of design ideas in the development of the successive new towns of Edinburgh, from formal geometry to the picturesque embrace of dramatic topography. The overall GDL designation illustrates this design evolution, while Carlton Hill itself is the physical manifestation of picturesque theory informing landscape design and town planning. Against this background, I draw attention to the GDL guidance, which states that when assessing the impact of a development proposal on a GDL, consideration should be given to the, quote, impacts on the specific qualities, character and integrity of an inventory site and the capacity of the inventory site to accommodate the change proposed, end quotes. The extent to which change may, quote, may alter people's experience, appreciation and understanding of a garden design landscape is also an important consideration. I've demonstrated in my topic paper and precognition that, in my opinion, the proposed development would have a significant negative impact on the specific qualities, character and integrity of this part of the GDL. I've also considered the capacity of this part of the inventory site to accommodate the change proposed and concluded that this highly prominent, significant and sensitive part of the GDL cannot accommodate the change proposed. In my view, the development proposals would damage the experience, appreciation and understanding of the Carlton Hill area of the GDL, where landform and buildings were integrated to create a picturesque set piece and a unique part of the GDL. The southern slopes of Carlton Hill area is highly prominent and is designed to be experienced, appreciated and understood in views within, from and in particular in long views towards this part of the GDL. Whilst it may be factually accurate to describe the immediate development site as, quote, a small plot in the southeasternmost corner of the extensive area, end quote, covered by the New Town Gardens GDL, this does not, in my view, diminish both the outstanding cultural heritage value of this part of the GDL and the significant contribution it makes to the outstanding value of the New Town Gardens GDL designation as a whole. The proposed development would affect a small but nevertheless highly prominent and sensitive area of the GDL. It would have a significant adverse impact on the significant features and character of the southern slopes of Carlton Hill, as well as on a series of key views of this part of the inventory site, including those which allow its significant features and character to be best experienced, appreciated and understood. This elevated and open site is highly sensitive to change, more so than many other parts of the New Town Gardens inventory site. So although the proposed development would only affect a relatively small area of the whole GDL, I consider that this development in this location would have a negative effect on the value of the GDL designation as a whole. It would damage the understanding and appreciation of its value as a work of art, its architectural value, its historical value, and its scenic value. In my opinion, by damaging this small part of the GDL, the integrity of the whole GDL would be adversely affected. For these reasons, I disagree with Hannah Tweedy, where she asserts that my topic paper and assessment provides only a partial and skewed assessment of the impact of the proposals would have on the overall integrity of the New Town Gardens GDL designation as a whole. As I've explained, my assessment takes full and proper account of the importance of this area of Carlton Hill to the GDL as a whole. Further, in my view, the proposed development is contrary to the policy outlined in the Historic Environment Historic Environment Scotland policy statement that informed change should be managed carefully with the aim of ensuring that the significant elements justifying designation are protected or enhanced. GDL entry, no mention of Hamilton Building or its relationship to the monuments on Carlton Hill. Hannah Tweedy's precognition notes that the, quote, Hamilton Building is not specifically mentioned in the inventory and, quote, the description of the Carlton Hill area of the GDL focuses upon the summit area of the hill and the collection of monuments thereon, and that there is no mention made in the inventory description of any association between these buildings, the monuments on the summit, and the Hamilton Building, end quote. The GDL guidance states that the GDL entry provides a useful starting point in understanding the significance of a garden and design landscape, and that more detailed information may be required in support of a development proposal. The GDL entry is not intended to be an exhaustive list nor a detailed description of all the buildings and monuments within an inventory site. Just because the Hamilton Building is not specifically mentioned in the inventory entry, it does not mean that it does not form part of the GDL or make an important contribution to the cultural heritage significance of this part of the GDL. Indeed, despite Hannah Tweedy's observation, I had understood that the appellants recognised the importance of a Hamilton Building. Certainly the assessment set out in the 2015 environmental statement makes reference to it and the Belvedere Tower in the context of understanding the creation of a wider picturesque landscape. Likewise, the Nelson Monument and Burns Monument are not specifically mentioned in the GDL entry. Again, it does not mean that these buildings and monuments do not have a planned relationship with the other monuments in the Carlton Hill area of the GDL. The new Town Garden GDL boundary includes the whole of Carlton Hill, right down to its base along Carlton Road. By focusing purely on the impact of the proposals on the public park area on the summit, the appellants have, in my view, underestimated the cultural significance of the hill as a whole and the importance of the visual, landscape and cultural heritage links between all the monuments that make up this part of the GDL. Appellants' assessment of impact on the setting of the GDL rather than direct impacts on the GDL. Hannah Tweedy's precognition states that the proposed development would have a minor impact upon the setting of the new Town Gardens GDL as a whole. However, the proposed development is located on the southern slopes of Carlton Hill within the boundary of the new Town Gardens GDL. The development would therefore have a direct impact on the GDL. Direct impacts are physical changes within the boundary of an inventory site. Both the environmental statements consider the impact of the proposal on the setting of the GDL, whereas I would expect the appellants to have assessed the direct impact of the proposals on the inventory site. By using the setting methodology to assess the impact of the development on the setting of the GDL, rather than using the criteria set out in the GDL guidance to assess direct impacts on the GDL, the applicants have underestimated the impact of the development on the inventory site. The GDL guidance sets out a clear framework for assessing direct impacts on inventory sites, which includes an assessment of the impact on the significant features, character of the GDL and key views. While the appellants have carried out some assessment of the impact of the proposals on key views, neither ES has considered the direct impact of the proposals on the significant features and character of the GDL. This has resulted in an underreporting of the impacts on the new Town Gardens GDL. Impact of the proposed development on the significant features and character of the southern slopes of the Carlton Hill area of the GDL. Hannah Tweedy states in her precognition that she's considered the impact of the proposals on the significant features and character of the southern slopes of Carlton Hill area of the GDL, and she finds that the proposed development would not remove the ability to understand and appreciate these features. In my topic paper, I identified 3 key character and significant features of the southern slopes of the Carlton Hill area of the GDL. these being 1, open views which allow the natural landscape to dominate in this part of the city, 2, the manipulation of the landform of Carlton Hill to permit spatial relationships between the buildings and monuments, and 3, the control of planting. Hannah Tweedy considers the impact of the proposals on each of these 3 characteristics in her topic paper. In terms of the impact of the development on open views, which allow the natural landscape to dominate in this part of the city, she states that it would remain entirely possible to see and appreciate the open views towards Holyrood Park and Arthur Seat from Regent Road and from the former Royal High School site, and those views would not be obstructed or obscured by the Scheme 1 or Scheme 2 developments. I do not agree with this assessment. Both proposals would have a significant adverse effect on the open character of the southern slopes of Carlton Hill, particularly on approach to the development site from the west along Regent Road. The proposed hotel extensions would adversely affect the relative proportion of buildings and open ground, resulting in an overdominance of built form. The proposed development would change the character of this part of the GDL from a point in the city where the landscape currently dominates to one dominated by new development. Hannah Tweedy then considers the impact of the proposals on the landform of Carlton Hill and the spatial relationship between the buildings and monuments in the landscape. She states that, quote, both Scheme 1 and Scheme 2 developments would respect the deliberate manipulation of the landscape. The proposed developments would sit on and respect the terrace which was deliberately created to accommodate the Hamilton building. No new excavation of the hill would be required and the current road layout would be retained, end quote. Furthermore, the proposed materials would, quote, be in a deliberate contrast to the other listed buildings on the southern slopes of Carlton Hill, and as such would ensure space around the existing buildings, meaning that it would remain entirely possible to appreciate the character and setting of the listed buildings on and around Carlton Hill, both individually and as a group, and to understand their relationships within one another and their surroundings. I do not agree with this assessment. The proposed extensions would block views of the hill, break its distinctive ridgeline in some views, and fill the space around the building. The relationship between the Hamilton building and its landscape setting would be adversely affected, and the space around it would be filled by new development. It would have a significant adverse impact on the spatial qualities of the buildings and monuments set in the landscape of Carlton Hill that make up this part of the GDL. As set out in my topic paper, these structures were carefully located in the manipulated landform of Carlton Hill, with sufficient space around each to allow them to be appreciated both individually and as an ensemble in the GDL. Finally, Hannah Tweedy considers the historic control of planting in this part of Carlton Hill. She states that, quote, although the immediate surroundings of a Hamilton building would be changed as a result of either the Scheme 1 or Scheme 2 developments, there is no intention in the design to alter the character of the rocky landscape of Carlton Hill, albeit currently in an overgrown state, and it would remain visible beyond the Hamilton building and the proposed development from the vantage points to the south and southeast, Queen's Drive and Arthur Seat. Again, I disagree. Historic control of the planting in the vicinity of the Hamilton building results in a highly prominent site, which is especially sensitive to change. It permits long views from towards this part of the GDL, of which the Hamilton building forms a focal point. The current form of the vegetation on Carlton Hill still allows for an appreciation of the rugged, irregular form of the hill, and this would be obscured by the new development. In my view, the appellants have consistently underestimated the contribution that the rugged profile of Carlton Hill makes in both immediate and long views towards the hill and the Hamilton building to the character and outstanding cultural heritage value of this part of the GDL. And in conclusion, I can confirm to the reporters that there is no evidence presented in the appellant's topic papers or precognitions that would cause me to change my evidence to the inquiry as set out in my precognition and topic paper.
Thank you, Dr Middleton.
Mr. Steele, would you like to?
Thank you. Dr Middleton, good morning.
Good morning.
As I understand it, you're here only talking about the Newtown Gardens issue. Is that correct?
The Newtown Gardens inventory site. That's Newtown Gardens inventory site, that's correct.
Now, am I also right in thinking that you have worked since graduation only for HS or HES as they now are?
Since I've graduated firstly from my original degree, then my master's and my PhD, my DPhil. And I started working with HES quite soon after I finished my DPhil.
Yeah. Well, I've read your qualifications, have no fear, but is the simple answer that after graduation you went to work for HS as they then were?
After a gap of a couple of years, yes.
And have you ever worked in the private sector in this sphere?
No, I haven't.
Can we look, please, at document CD 541, please? And at page 78, do we see the relevant inventory of the Newtown Gardens?
The map. The map?
Page 78, Dr Middleton, yes. Yeah. Well, it's page 78. Have you got that?
Page 78, yeah.
Thank you. Right. Can you tell us the extent in hectares or acres of the Newtown Gardens?
Not off the top of my head. I'd have to look that up. It might be part of the inventory data. It's certainly on the electronic form it would be available.
Well, if you don't know, I'll not take up time. Do you know the size of the appeal site?
Again, I'd have to look at the relevant information. I'm aware of the application site and the boundaries of the Hamilton building and the Royal High School site.
Well, can we agree this, if you don't know the precise acres or hectares, that the appeal site is a very, very, very small proportion of the overall inventory gardens?
I agree with that in terms of pure acreage and hectareage. However, I think the point that I've tried to express in all my evidence to the inquiry is that this is a small area. However, it's a very, very important site, part of the inventory GDL with enormous cultural heritage value. It's very prominent and it's very sensitive to change. So we don't base our assessments of impact on the percentage of a designation that's going to be affected. It's the quality of that part of the designation, not the quantity.
Well, Dr Middleton, I understand all of that, and I fully understand you're keen to get all the adverse points in, but could you please just answer the question? Can we agree that the appeal site is a very, very, very small part of the overall inventory site?
In terms of percentage of the total area of the GDL, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So the simple answer to my question is yes, is that so?
In terms of acreage on the ground, yes.
Which is all I asked you about. Thank you very much. Now, can we also agree this, that in terms of intervisibility between the appeal site and the rest of the inventory site, there will be very limited intervisibility?
In terms of intervisibility between the appeal site and the rest of the Newtown Gardens GDL, yes, I agree.
And if we look at page 21 of your main report, at paragraph 71, you quote our evidence the proposed development would be visible only from the southern part of Carlton Hill and Regent Gardens, and you agree with that assessment?
I do, but in the next paragraph, I go on to clarify, stress a couple of points.
Well, I understand that, Doctor, but can we just take this a step at a time so I can understand it? So firstly, you do agree with that assessment. Is that not correct?
As far as it goes, yes, but like I say,
Thank
I
you.
have clarified it.
And in addition to which, at 74, paragraph 74, that is, we state that the proposed development will have little effect on Regent Gardens, and you also agree with that assessment.
I do.
And I'm not looking at the detail of this just now. You rely upon the fact that the two can be seen from, broadly speaking, areas to the south.
Pardon, could you clarify that question slightly?
Is that not the import of what you say at paragraph 72 and 73, that the southern slopes of Carlton Hill can be seen from areas to the south, together with the appeal site?
Yes, to the southwest, the south and the southeast.
Yeah. Well, without quibbling about points of the compass, I mean, your point is that although you can't really see it from within the Newtown Gardens inventory site, you can see it from outside. That's really the point.
Yes, but I'd also like to say that the views within that small part of the inventory site are also important.
All views are important. Can we agree, Dr. Middleton, that from the plateau of Carlton Hill around the monument, it will be impossible or is impossible to see the appeal site?
I agree.
Looking back at the inventory entry, without reading the whole thing in detail, is one of the purposes of having the Newtown Gardens so that members of the public can enjoy them?
Could you clarify that? Do you mean current amenity enjoyment of gardens, or understanding that they're an outstanding cultural resource?
The first point is one of the advantages of these gardens that members of the public are able to enjoy them, whether it's by private key access or by, with Princes Street, open access to everybody. That's one of the purposes, is it not?
Yes, they have very high amenity value. However, some of the gardens within the designation have very limited access. This doesn't diminish their outstanding cultural heritage value.
That may be another point you're keen to make, Dr. Middleton, but if we can concentrate on the point of access, which is what I'm asking you about, is one of the principal purposes, advantages of these gardens that people can actually go to them and enjoy them. Is that to be seen as an advantage?
Yes.
Thank you. At the present time, the appeal site allows no public access, does it?
That's correct. However, I'm looking at the appeal site as part of its contribution to the Newtown Gardens inventory site, which doesn't actually rely on physical access to the Hamilton building.
Mr. Middleton, you'll have to just treat me very carefully because I'm just a lawyer and I'm just trying to take this very slowly, you see. So can you just concentrate on the questions, please?
Well, sir, the witness did concentrate on the question and gave a very considered answer, if I may suggest. She's entitled to qualify her answers as she sees fit, if it's relevant to the question.
That's quite right. But yeah, as long as you're answering the question succinctly in the first place, and I'm happy if you want to qualify that particular answer, that's fine.
Now, can I just go back, Dr. Middleton? Can we agree that at the present time, and I'm very happy with a yes or no answer, there is no public access to the appeal site?
Yes, that's correct.
Can we also agree that if our proposal is consented, there will indeed be public access to the appeal site?
That's correct.
Can we agree that to a greater or lesser extent that will be an advantage of the proposals? No doubt to be weighed against other considerations or disadvantages, but that must be an advantage, surely.
Yes, along with bringing a historic building back into reuse.
Yeah, that's, that's another advantage of the proposal as well, isn't it?
It is, but again, I could qualify that, which I don't think you'd want to hear at this time, but it's in my evidence.
We're now drifting away from the landscape garden.
Now, so far as the Carlton Hill is concerned, was the original intention that the southern slopes of the hill would be planted in vegetation, or were they in fact cut out of the rock?
They were cut out of the rock.
And the vegetation has grown there naturally despite the original intentions, is that so?
There's vegetation, the gorse immediately behind the Hamilton building is a result of lack of management of Carlton Hill. However, the woodland planting along the edge of Regent Road on the sort of south western flank of Carlton Hill was probably deliberately planted there.
Well, that's my mistake with a poor question. I'm only interested in asking you about the southern flank of Carlton Hill and the gorse, and that's
Yes.
there by accident, not design.
I think there was always going to be some naturalistic planting, but the gorse and the ivy and some of the self-seeded trees have got out of control there.
Sorry, that is why you say at paragraph 61 that there is a management plan which you look to improve the current condition.
That's correct.
And do I understand, without going into all the details, that would involve removing or taming the gorse, the ivy and the unplanned trees on that southern face?
That's correct.
Sorry. Can I try that? I think that's working now. Yeah. So you would like to see that vegetation removed to return it to a managed situation as largely as planned in the inception. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you anticipate that that vegetation will be removed as a result of the management plan?
That's correct.
So when others say that we will be screening views of the vegetation on that slope, the truth of the matter is this, that you in the management plan want to see that vegetation removed in any event.
I think in terms of what the hotel proposals would screen and obscure, it's the combination of the rocky landform of Carlton Hill, which, as you say, will be improved along the lines of the proposal set out in the management plan. However, it's the landscape context of Carlton Hill, which includes rock, gorse and trees.
Yeah, but just to be quite clear, the gorse and the ivy and the trees that are there should, in your opinion, be tamed and largely removed, should they not?
They should be actively managed.
By that you mean that some of it or all of it will be removed?
Yes, because by doing that you will reveal the rocky slopes of Carlton Hill.
Now, there's a series of paragraphs after that in which you agree with the appellant's case, so obviously I won't cross-examine you about that. But if I can turn to ask you to turn even to look, please, at paragraphs 80 and 81. And this is to do with the revealing of the, firstly, retaining wall and secondly, Belvedere Tower. Now, firstly, do you accept that these are advantages of the proposal to reveal and restore the retaining wall and Belvedere Tower?
I welcome the revealing and the restoring of the Belvedere and the retaining wall. However, I don't think the placement of the two extensions directly in front of them would result in a long-term conservation benefit as set out in the ES.
Well, just again, a step at a time. So far as revealing them is concerned, that would be an advantage. I'll turn on to the temporary effect in a minute, but the initial revealing and restoration and enhancement is an advantage. Is that correct?
In terms of the impact on the design landscape, yes, to reveal the Belvedere Tower and the retaining wall would be an advantage.
And for the avoidance of doubt, that's an advantage against the current situation.
Yes.
And would that also be an advantage against any scheme that sought to enclose the retaining wall again?
I think in an ideal situation, you'd want the Belvedere and the retaining wall to be revealed. However, in terms of alternative uses for the site, I think you'd have to weigh up the conservation harm and benefits against each other carefully.
Again, just taking it slowly so I can understand, Dr. Middleton, if we are to reveal the wall and the Belvedere Tower, that is an advantage, as we've agreed.
Yes.
And if another scheme is actually to cover up the retaining wall to a greater or lesser extent, surely it follows that that would be a disadvantage when weighed against our proposals.
In terms of covering up the retaining wall and the Belvedere of alternative schemes, I don't believe that the entirety of the retaining wall would be covered up, and you would get a clear appreciation of the Belvedere in its original designed location.
Well, let's look at that just shortly. You say that our uncovering of the wall and tower would be a temporary effect. But
agreed.
That's at paragraph 81, line 4. But would that really be true of somebody that walks up the path or track immediately south of the retaining wall, between the retaining wall and the hotel? They will always experience the retaining wall, will they not, and the Belvedere?
You would, however, it would only be in very restricted and limited points within the development site, and you would have no appreciation of the relationship of the Belvedere and the retaining wall to the wider landscape beyond, to the south, because they would be obscured by the east hotel wing.
Well, you say it's limited points, but anybody walking anywhere between the entrance drive and the Belvedere will experience the retaining wall on their left-hand side if they're walking to the east, and on the right-hand side if they're walking west, over its entire length, will they not? Surely that's a significant advantage.
That's correct, as far as it goes. However, as you're walking along with the with the retaining wall to your left and the Belvedere ahead of you, you've still got two very large hotel wings sitting on formerly open ground around the Hamilton building.
Indeed, but that does not in any way affect the view of the retaining wall or Belvedere, because you'll be looking at them in the opposite direction, surely.
As I said, you'd be able to appreciate the Belvedere and the retaining wall, but in the very restricted areas.
And did you say either in your written evidence or in an answer just given just now that you wouldn't be able to see the wall or Belvedere from the south by virtue of the east wing? Was that what you said?
I don't think I said you wouldn't be able to see. What I would stress is that it would be partially obscured. Certainly the Belvedere would be partially obscured in the 2015 scheme, but more so in the 2017 scheme as the east wing moves closer towards the eastern boundary of the site.
Let's then look, please, at Mr Van Grieken's document 596. Have you looked at this before, Dr Middleton? I'm sure you have.
I have, yes, and yes.
Yeah. And if we look at the view from Arthur's Seat, or to be precise, 525 metres north of Arthur's Seat, viewpoint 1004, is it accurate or inaccurate to say that one can see the entire Belvedere, save for a small portion that is obscured by Regent Terrace?
That's correct. However, what I would say is that it's very difficult to appreciate in this view the relationship between the Hamilton building and the Belvedere and the retaining wall, because you can't see any of the retaining wall in this view at all.
At the present time, from that viewpoint, could one see any of the Belvedere? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, let me try that again, Dr. Middleton. At the present time, would one, from this viewpoint, be able to see any of the Belvedere?
Oh, sorry, was that your previous question?
Yes.
No, the Belvedere is completely encased in the gymnasium block. In certain views.
Dr. Middleton, from this viewpoint, one would be able to see virtually all of it.
You would, but again, I say that the east block of a hotel would diminish your reading of it as part of the Hamilton building site.
I understand what you're trying to do, Dr. Middleton, but please, can we or can we not see that Belvedere from this viewpoint?
You can see the structure.
Thank you. And is that or is that not an advantage when measured against the current situation?
It's visible in certain views and it's an advantage. However, weighing up the harm versus the benefits, I am of the view that the harm of the east wing outweighs the benefits of revealing the Belvedere.
So you don't want the Belvedere revealed, is that it?
No, I would ideally like a scheme that reveals the Belvedere and doesn't build in the east playground.
Well, nobody's proposing that, are they? And that's not for consideration at this inquiry. And that, if I may say so, is pie in the sky, isn't it? It's devoid of any recognition of the financial issues, surely.
I'm just here to assess the impact of development proposals on design landscapes.
Let's look, please, in that regard, what you say about the trust proposals at page 58. You say this: the uncovering of the impressive original Hamilton-designed retaining wall with terminating Belvedere will bring significant benefit to the wider city view of Carlton Hill in its iconic picturesque composition.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, before I cross-examine you on this, Dr. Middleton, would you like to reconsider that fairly stark statement?
No. I think that the Belvedere is will be sort of, I think we agree, it was in oral evidence in the last couple of weeks, it was agreed that the sort of the top 2/3 of the Belvedere would be visible as part of the music school scheme, which I consider to be a benefit of this particular proposal.
Well, let me firstly ask you about the retaining wall. How much of the retaining wall will the trust scheme in fact cover up? Have you looked at the plans and have you made that assessment?
I have looked at the plans, but I don't have the figures in front of me.
Well, let's give us an order of magnitude then, Dr. Middleton.
Without having the plans in front of me, I can't say. I don't know whether it would be a benefit for me to have sight of the plans.
Well, have you looked at this before?
I have.
For ease of reference, at their design and access statement, CD 563. And if you turn to section 6, unnumbered page, but a diagram showing the aerial view of the new school from the southeast. And it looks like this, Dr. Middleton.
Did you say section 6, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir.
I have it.
Now, can I just ask you about the teaching block first? With the green roof with the windows in it. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. Can we agree that that building goes a significant way up the height of the retaining wall close to its top?
It does, but compared to the location of the current gymnasium building, it's a lower building, so it sits lower in its landscape.
Slowly, Dr. Milton, the question is a simple one. Can we agree that that teaching building goes at some considerable distance up the height of the retaining wall and is hard up against it?
It does.
If we turn the next page, do we see that further in plan form, that the building is hard up against the retaining wall?
Yes.
If we go to the next page as well, do we see that better illustrated and travelling in a westerly direction, that the teaching building continues hard up against the retaining wall and also contains two even higher features, namely the octagonal teaching rooms?
It does.
So, can I put it to you again? Do you accept that the trust scheme involves covering up a very substantial part of the retaining wall?
It involves covering up some of the retaining wall.
Well, some of. Is that really very fair, Dr. Middleton? Can you not agree it is a very substantial part of the retaining wall will be encapsulated by the trust scheme?
It will, but the point I'd like to stress is that it will uncover the Belvedere, and I'm
coming to the Belvedere in a moment. Can we just stick with the retaining wall, please, Dr. Middleton?
Yes.
Can we agree that the retaining wall will be covered up to a very significant extent by the trust proposals?
Parts of the retaining wall immediately to the north and to the east of the Hamilton building will be covered by the teaching block.
Well, I'm putting a precise question to you. That do you agree that significant parts of the retaining wall will be covered up by the trust proposals?
In these areas, yes.
Can you explain, please, why that was not mentioned in your written evidence to this inquiry?
Because other areas of the retaining wall will be revealed and covered as part of the music school development. And I would argue that the Belvedere is, in terms of its contribution to the designed landscape, I'd say that the Belvedere makes a more prominent contribution to the design landscape than the retaining wall, and you will still retain the views of the retaining wall at other parts of the site.
Where is all of that said in your written evidence, Dr. Middleton?
I haven't gone into that level of detail on the retaining wall in my evidence.
Can we look, please, at the position of the southern retaining wall, again by reference to the aerial view of the new school from the southeast? And can we agree that the southern retaining wall will be entirely hidden from view because it will be built hard up against as well?
From within the the Royal High School site. However, what I'm looking at is sort of the impact on a wider area than within the Royal High School development site.
Well, again, can we agree that the southern retaining wall will be built hard up against and will disappear to view on the northern elevation?
It will, but I think you'd only get perception of that if you were within the East Playground site of the Hamilton building.
And if we turn to the next page, does it appear from this document, whether or not consent has been granted is unclear, that the intention is to have horizontal ashlar along the external facade of that southern retaining wall. Do you see that? On the next page, under the heading residential level. And there's a heading residential level. Do you see that? Yeah. At the bottom 3 lines of that, above the words external sunken courtyard spaces, do we see there an intention expressed by the architect to put horizontal ashlar on the external facade of that southern retaining wall?
Apologies, I can't find that particular piece of text. Is that in that one?
The last 3, if you're on the right page, which I think you are, the last 3 lines of the written text.
I have it.
And that's what that says.
Yes, however, I'd like to clarify that I'm looking at the impact of the development on the designed landscape. And these are details of an alternative scheme which I wouldn't usually comment on in this level of detail.
No, well, the difficulty is this, Dr. Middleton, you have commented on it, trying to bolster the position of the Trust by reference to retaining walls, haven't you?
I'd just like to clarify Historic Environment Scotland's role. We did not object to the music school scheme. However, our not objection does not in any way mean we support this planning proposal.
Sorry, it does not mean... Could you repeat that again, please?
We did not object to the music school proposal. However, a non-objection from Historic Environment Scotland does not mean that we support a development proposal.
Why have you mentioned it in your written evidence to the inquiry?
Because there was a specific request from the reporters to consider alternative uses for the development site.
You can imagine we're slightly concerned about noises behind you.
Well...
Hopefully it's finished now, but we'll monitor it.
Right. Well, perhaps I should continue just now, sir, but if obviously an issue may arise. Now, you have welcomed the townscape assessment, Dr. Middleton, paragraph 86. Paragraph 86 of your main proof.
I have
report.
it. Yep.
And you also accept, I think, that the appellants have done a great deal to mitigate any impacts that there may be. Is that so?
In reference to the townscape survey itself or the whole proposal?
I'm simply looking at what you say at paragraphs 270.
Sorry, 270 of my topic paper. We've gone back again.
I'm only referring to your topic paper.
I acknowledge that the applicants have gone to trouble, a lot of trouble, to attempt to mitigate the impacts. However, I don't think they've been successful in these particular proposals.
Well, is that really very fair, Dr. Middleton? It's fair that they've been to a lot of trouble, but when you say it's not been successful, do I take it what you mean it's not been entirely successful? Would that be a rather fairer way of putting it from a professional witness?
Despite the considerable efforts to avoid adverse impacts, I don't think this has been achieved.
And can I put to you one other possibility? That if the evidence of Mr. Taverner is correct, which I will read to you now, I don't know if you're here at that stage, Dr. Middleton, that in relation to the proposal, he said it was a site-specific architectural proposition that is unique and, I contend, brilliant in conception. Now, if he's correct about that, do you accept as a possibility, if not probability, that this proposal will actually not only protect but enhance the Newtown Gardens and the inventoried landscape? Do you accept that may be a possibility, a reasonable conclusion to arrive at?
No, I think the proposals would damage the very high cultural heritage value of this very sensitive and very significant part of the inventory site.
Well, I understand fully that's Historic Environmental Scotland's position, and they're never going to be shifted from it. I understand that. But do you admit that there may be a possibility that if Mr. Taverner, Professor Taverner indeed is correct, that this is a brilliant concept, the proposal that we have before us, that it may actually enhance the Newtown Gardens?
I have a very strict remit, and I undertake an assessment of the impact of a proposal on the significant features, character and key views of a designed landscape and the effect of a development would have on the cultural heritage significance of that site. So taking all that into account, I'm unable to reach that conclusion about this proposed development.
And in relation to key views, could I ask you please to look at 27, which is in CD 31. Now, if we look firstly at 27A, do we see there that the view is into the lodge building and trees that were planted, I think you'll agree, in an unfortunate way by the PSA?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And your agreement with me about the trees being unfortunate, is that so?
Yes, I would welcome the removal of the trees.
Yeah. And that obscures, to all intents and purposes, a view of the western elevation. I take the point, of course, that there may be a tiny glimpse of it, but there's nothing meaningful, is there?
It is a meaningful view, despite the tree cover.
And if we remove the lodge and any vegetation, if we turn the page, is that view of the north facade of the Hamilton building and the temple not an enhancement over that which is there at the present time? The view to the northern facade and the temple, which is what I'm asking you about.
In terms of the view to the north facade, it would open the view up. However, I'm not specifically looking at the north facade in my evidence. I'm looking at the impact on the inventory designed landscape.
But that would give a better view to part of the inventoried site, and in particular the north facade and the temple, wouldn't it? That would be an improvement over the current situation, that view.
I can't agree with that. I think the harm that the proposed western extension of the hotel has on this view and your understanding of the design landscape at this point, changes to its significant features and character outweigh any benefit of revealing the north facade.
Well, again, I understand exactly your position, Dr. Middleton, but can we agree that there is a benefit in revealing the north facade? That's the first part of the equation, is it not?
If you take it as an equation and break it down, there's some benefit in revealing the north facade. However, you are removing the lodge building, which currently reads as the entrance to the school and makes a contribution to this part of the character of the designed landscape.
That may be something that has to be weighed in the balance, but weighing in the balance in favour is the enhancement of the view to the north facade, surely.
I can't accept that this proposal, as shown in this viewpoint, would be an enhancement to the inventory designed landscape.
No. Enhancement to the view to the north facade is the point I put to you, Dr. Middleton.
To the north facade itself, but as you say, it's a balancing act and you have to weigh up other factors, and I feel that the insertion of the west wing into this view, replacing an area that's currently open, it has unfortunate 1970s tree planting in it. However, it's an open area of ground which gives you the character of open ground in this part of the designed landscape, and that will be changed by the insertion of a building in this location.
And Dr. Middleton, so far as the vast majority of the inventoried site for the new town gardens are concerned, this, whatever happens on the appeal site, will have no effect whatever, will it? Because it simply can't be seen from the vast majority of the new town gardens.
It won't have. It won't be visible from a great majority of the new town gardens. However, it will be visible in key views of the new town gardens, of which the Carlton Hill is a very, very prominent feature, and the Hamilton building forms a focal point in those views. So I agree it won't have an effect on the majority of the new town gardens designation. However, it will have a significant negative effect on a very important part of it.
Dr. Middleton, you say the majority, but the truth of the matter is it is the vast, vast majority of it, isn't it?
Yes, but it's your understanding of it as a cultural heritage resource. So it has an impact on a small part of the design landscape, but it's a very, very important part of the designed landscape.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Just a couple of brief questions from me, Dr. Middleton. In your rebuttal precognition at paragraph 14, you talk about the appellants having assessed the impact upon the setting of the GDL, but not having assessed the direct impact on the GDL. Do you see that as a serious criticism of the assessment?
I think it was a serious issue in the two environmental statements, because the assessment of the impact on the GDL was used a lot of visual analysis of the impact, and the focus was on the summit area, the public park area of Carlton Hill. There was no engagement in the an analysis of the significant features and character of the designed landscape area in which the Hamilton building was located. I acknowledge that the appellants did carry out an assessment of the impact on the significant features and character of this part of the design landscape in their inquiry report and precognition, but this wasn't specifically assessed in the two ESs, and I think that was what led to an underreporting of the effects on the GDL.
Okay, thanks for that. And one further question. In your main precognition at paragraph 18, you talk about the Calton Hill management plan, and we've heard this morning about what that might mean for the nature of the southern slopes of Calton Hill. Can you help us with whether or not that plan has been funded and is ongoing? What's the commitment to it?
I'm afraid it's a City of Edinburgh Council document, so we have no role to play in that. I do know that it's been through one of their committees and it's been approved, and so obviously, hopefully the management proposals will be taken forward, but I have no information about that because HES has no role in that.
Okay, but as far as you're aware, nothing has started as yet?
I couldn't actually answer that. That would probably be a better question for the council,
okay,
actually.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ferry. Mr. Mackay. Questions of re-examination?
Just one matter, sir. Dr. Middleton, you were asked some questions by Mr. Steele about the comparison, effectively, between the hotel proposals and the music school consented scheme in relation to the revealing of the retaining wall in the Belvedere. And you said in response that the Belvedere makes a more prominent contribution to the GDL than the retaining wall. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
Yes. Now, following on from that, having regard to the scale, mass and height of the consented music school proposal on the one hand and the proposed appeal schemes on the other, what observations would you make about the revealing of the Belvedere in terms of being able to understand and appreciate the built elements of the design landscape and their setting as experienced in views from the south?
Are you asking me for a direct comparison? In terms of the music school proposals, some of the elements are up against the retaining wall. However, they sit very, very low in the landscape. So in longer views from the south, you will have no meaningful view of the new proposals. So the east and west playgrounds of the high school site will appear open as originally intended, which will make a positive contribution to the inventory design landscape. In contrast to the hotel proposals, which both the 2015 and 2017 proposal proposed building multi-storey hotel wings in the east and west playgrounds, which would be currently, as proposed, are higher than the Hamilton building, and you're filling in an area in the west playground that's always retained as open ground, which is fundamental to your understanding of the Hamilton building's contribution to this part of the design landscape.
And to what extent then is that a benefit attributed to the consented music school scheme when one's understanding the relationship between the main building and the Belvedere?
It's a benefit, and it's one of the reasons we didn't object to the music school proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. We'll take a short break now and come back at 11:30. Thank you. Witness.
Yes, the next witness, sir, is Mr. Stephen Robb. Morning, Mr. Robb. Can I ask you, please, to read the introductory section of your main precognition, paragraphs 1 to 4, and then turn to your rebuttal precognition?
Hello, my name is Stephen Robb. I have been Deputy Head of Casework at Historic Environment Scotland, HES, and its predecessor body, Historic Scotland, HS, since 2006. I am responsible for managing and overseeing our advice on historic buildings casework within the eastern half of Scotland, including the City of Edinburgh. My qualifications and experience are set out within my CV. HS was consulted and objected to the 2015 planning application and could not support the 2015 LBC application. In October 2015, HES assumed the role previously performed by Historic Scotland, and we were consulted in relation to the 2017 planning and LBC applications and objected to both. I have been closely involved in discussions concerning the former Royal High School for almost a decade. I provided detailed advice at pre-application stage and prepared or was involved in the preparation of the HS and HES letters dated 26 November 2009, 5th of March 2010, 30th of June 2010, 24th of October 2014, and both consultation responses dated 17th and 30th September 2015, 12th December 2016, 24th March 2017 and 13th of July 2017. I have attended meetings and visited the site and key viewpoints during and since the consultation processes for both applications. I will present the position of HES on the 2015 and 2017 applications for planning permission and listed building consent concerning the setting of Category A listed buildings and the demolition, alteration and extension of listed buildings. I have reviewed the precognitions submitted by the witnesses for the appellants, in particular those of Andrew Wright, Hannah Tweedy and Roger Maskell, and I would like to make the following points in rebuttal. Firstly, Andrew Wright and Western approaches to the Hamilton building. At paragraph 26 of his precognition, in support of his position in relation to the music school proposals, Mr. Wright notes the importance of views of the rear, the north elevation of the Hamilton building, from the principal approach from the west. This comment is made despite the separate point made in the heritage statement that Hamilton deliberately suppressed the western approach to the building. Mr. Wright also mentions that the 1885 listed gate lodge adversely affects views of the rear of the temple on the rise. It is my opinion that views of the western facade of the Hamilton building and the western flank of the central temple were primarily those which Thomas Hamilton intended to be visible when approaching from the west, and that any views of the rear facade from that direction were secondary in importance. Thomas Hamilton designed and planned the school building in the round, so that all facades were accessible to view from either within or out with the site, or both. The Hamilton building was designed so that the western facade and the western facade of the central temple would be seen in western approaches to the site from Waterloo Place and Regent Road. It should be borne in mind that views towards the building when approaching from the west are not static, and therefore the exact composition of views alter depending on the precise location one's at. However, I believe that the rear of the building was primarily intended to be visible from within the site and from the Colton Hills access road and from the platform we've been discussing over the last few weeks. Although oblique views of the rear facade of the temple would have been visible from the west, I consider these were of secondary importance. The majority of views of the frontage in both illustrations and photographs may have been taken from the east, as both the bend and the narrowness of Regent Road have not allowed the majority of the southern facade to be properly appreciated. The additional ground in the vicinity of the Burns Monument has allowed photographers and painters a wider view. However, Thomas Hamilton himself drew a view from the west, from the opposite pavement of Regent Road, showing the southern frontage and the western facade visible together. The heritage statement describes it as Hamilton showing the principal elevation in its best light, but it can also visually show Hamilton's intentions for the building and how he anticipated the frontage and side elevations to be seen in conjunction with the street-fronting pavilions. This immediately brings to mind his appropriation of the William Stark quote about how public buildings break upon the eye at the most favourable point of view, showing at once a front and a flank. And that, of course, was from Thomas Hamilton's letter when he was discussing his own improvements to the Old Town, which included the planning of Johnson Terrace, Victoria Street and George IV Bridge. Furthermore, I consider that there is a clearly discernible and definite hierarchy of architecture intended by the architect Thomas Hamilton when designing his building, and would draw the reporter's attention to the following. The architectural hierarchy of the building can be immediately understood in Hamilton's treatment of the stonework. Without needing to speculate, we can work out his intentions and what he intended to emphasise. This is discussed in my topic paper and also by Mr. Wright. To recap, the principal south-facing facade is built in polished ashlar, the finest and most expensive stonework treatment. The western and eastern facades of the Hamilton building also utilise polished ashlar on architectural elements, with lightly droved ashlar elsewhere. The rear, the north elevation, is treated in a light and rougher droved ashlar finish with no use of polished ashlar walling. The difference in stonework finishes can be noted on the corner of the site, side and rear elevations, where an individual stone is treated differently on its two faces. On the side elevation, the stone is polished ashlar, and on the rear, lightly droved, despite being the same stone and part of the same architectural element, a pilaster in this case. Architecturally, there is also a diminution in quality from the side to the rear elevations. The side elevations have particularly significant symmetrical facades with fine architectural elements, including projecting bays with pilasters, Vitruvian architraves around the windows, and underpanels below the windows. Also string courses. All of these are in polished ashlar. The rear elevations facade is a fine elevation in its own right, distinguished with pilasters on the temple and wings, but these elements are all in droved rather than polished ashlar walling. The difference in architectural treatment is dramatically evident when one looks at the difference between the western and eastern facades of the central temple and its rear elevation. Although the rear of the temple is, again, a finely detailed elevation with pilasters and a pediment, importantly, the triglyphs in the temple's frieze only appear on the temple's side elevations, disappearing on its rear facade. The rear elevation's frieze horizontal guison also has no mutules with gaté and is in droved ashlar rather than polished ashlar, like the side elevations. And I've inserted a photograph underneath to show that architectural detail. Thus, Thomas Hamilton consciously pared down the rear facade of the temple, signalling his clear intentions on what elements of the buildings were meant to be seen and from where. Again, this change in detailing can be vividly seen on the corner in the photograph. Another example of hierarchy, and Hamilton designing what he intended to be most especially visible, appears on the frontage, the south elevation of the temple. Here, Hamilton including wreaths between the triglyphs, but on the temple's frontage side flanks, he only included 8 wreaths. Actually, the wreaths went back eight before they disappear. So he was only really putting the decoration where he meant it could be readily visible. Thus, in my view, Thomas Hamilton designed the south-facing frontage and the visible side returns of his temple as the primary elevation. This was in followed importance by the side elevations and the side elevations of the temple. Finally, the rear or northern elevation was considered least important by Hamilton. However, this is not to demean in any way the elevation itself. Such as the quality and proficiency of Hamilton's masterpiece, its least important elevation is still of great importance. My understanding of the relative importance of the western facade is supported by historical records relating to later additions to the site. Notwithstanding the City Council's intention to stop the Gate Lodge and gymnasium buildings being built in 1884/5, the school board's architect, Robert Wilson, specifically designed the Gate Lodge in the Grecian style with details comfortable to those of the school. Both buildings were to be thoroughly in keeping with the rest of the existing buildings, and Wilson had taken care to preserve the amenity of the surroundings. Importantly, the Gate Lodge itself was placed sufficiently near the Colton boundary wall not to obstruct the view of the school from Regent Road. This and other comments from the period suggest that it was the western facade rather than the rear that was recognised as being of primary importance in western views from Waterloo Place and Regent Road. Later planting, including the car park landscaping of the 1970s by the PSA, has eroded Hamilton's original intention somewhat. It is understood that the appellant's design for the extension requires the retaining wall to be kept free of development to provide both dual-facing hotel rooms and vehicular access to the entrance, that's at the rear of the temple. The appellants also seek to emphasise the view to the rear as part of their justification for the demolition of the gatehouse. It is claimed the gatehouse blocks views of the rear elevation, specifically the temple on the rise. Although some views are affected, the later 1946 classroom block exacerbates this. The gatehouse does not block all views of the rear facade and its pediment, and as I said earlier, you are constantly moving when you approach the building. More importantly, as I have explained, the gatehouse was specifically placed against the retaining wall to preserve views of the western facade of the Hamilton building. What is beyond doubt is that the proposed western bedroom wings in both schemes would obscure the western facade of the Hamilton building from its western approaches. In paragraph 26, Mr. Wright notes the music school scheme would build against the retaining wall, damaging views of the north elevation from the west. Whilst I consider that the area to the north of the Hamilton building is sensitive to change and the full appreciation of the rear facade would be curtailed by the new buildings in the music school scheme, I consider the impact will be mainly from within the site and in some views from the Colton Hill access road. I do not consider there will be a significant impact from the western approaches as suggested. It is also worth noting that the appellant's revised 2017 proposal, by setting the western extension further back within the site, would also limit views of the rear extension until one ventured further into the site itself. The appellant's argument about opening up views to the rear is also reliant in both appellants' schemes on the demolition of the listed gate lodge, which is opposed by HES.
Mr. Robb, just briefly, I wonder whether in paragraph 10 in the third last line where you say limit views of the rear extension, do you mean rear facade?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, it's because the hotel extensions come out slightly further.
Sorry, carry on please at paragraph 11.
To conclude, from a close analysis of the architecture, it is apparent that Hamilton designed the school with a hierarchy of architectural importance, with features and stonework treatment based on actual and intended visibility. It is clear that the school's western facade and the western facade of the temple are the primary focal points in approaches from the west rather than the rear facade. In my view, the detailed design and treatment of stonework clearly shows which parts of the building Thomas Hamilton wished to be prominent in western approaches. I therefore disagree with the appellant's position that development adjacent to the retaining wall or on the retaining wall is harmful to views of the Hamilton building from its western approaches. The main harm from the western approach would come from the appellant's proposed hotel extensions that would shield views of the western facade of the Hamilton building, views that the appellant's heritage statement judged to be the clearly prescribed intentions of the architect Thomas Hamilton. I'll now go on to the entrance on Regent Road. The use of Regent Road as an entrance to the school, the former school, is noted by Mr. Wright, Mr. Maskell and Professor Taverner. Mr. Wright notes at paragraph 8 of his precognition that he advocated against alterations to the principal elevation in the pre-application process, and Professor Taverner noted Historic Scotland warned the appellant's team against pursuing a radical alteration for a Regent Road entrance. To be clear, such warnings or concerns at pre-application stage were in connection with earlier proposals to remove Thomas Hamilton's original screen roll and create a new flight of steps from Regent Road to the base of the portico, rather than the principle of access from Regent Road. And there's an image of this in CD06, page 10. The approach, along with other alterations to the principal south facade, were fortunately removed before the 2015 application. It is worth noting, however, that the applicant's 2015 scheme includes an entrance to the building from the pylon gateways on Regent Road, handled sympathetically. However, the 2015 scheme also includes a new slapping to create a vehicular service entrance on Regent Road. This would remove an original Vitruvian doorpiece and twinned pilasters, harming the character and special interest of the listed building. And this can be seen at CD 156, and also there's a photograph at CD 274. In connection with the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals for the building, Mr. Maskell and others note the creation of a main entrance at Regent Road. However, this would not be the main entrance to the school, only the entrance to the publicly accessible music venue. The main entrance to the school, as historically, is from the rear of the site, separate entrances being a vital component of the safe school environment. Then, in connection with Hannah Tweedy's recognition, change. At paragraph 3.3 of her precognition, Ms. Tweedy notes that there have been many changes since the construction of the Royal High School. Although I have not at any stage suggested the surrounding landscape is unaltered, I would contend that for a period of almost 200 years within a city environment, the degree of change is minimal. The Hamilton building has been barely altered, with 1 and 2 stories buildings within and set towards the site's original boundary treatments. To the east, Regent Terrace remains as constructed in the 1820s. To the north, the landscape backdrop of Colton Hill has had marginal change. And to the west, St Andrew's House replaces the Colton Jail complex. The southern jumble of Old Town buildings remains similar to the T.H. Shepherd print, albeit with newer buildings, still against a backdrop of the original rustic retaining wall, that's Stevenson's wall, designed for Regent Road. Belvedere and retaining wall. The importance of the Belvedere and retaining wall is noted in Miss Tweedy's precognition and by others. It is said that the development would enable the retaining wall and Belvedere to be appreciated again for the first time in over 100 years. That's at paragraph 3.7. However, should the works progress, the Belvedere and retaining wall would only be visible from very specific and restricted locations. These would include limited locations within the site itself, as a new, taller easter extension for the hotel would replace the gymnasium. The original 2015 scheme would see the extension built immediately to the southwest of the Belvedere, and with the 2017 scheme, the extension would be extended further to the east. Both extensions would obscure the entirety of the Belvedere in direct views south. Although it's theoretically possible there may be some glimpses of the Belvedere, and I think we've seen that there may be one from Radical Road, should the extensions be constructed, generally it would not be clearly visible from southern views, and the same scenario would apply to the retaining wall, the entirety of which would be obscured from most southern views by the proposed new extensions. It would, however, remain visible from within the site itself. Whilst HES has acknowledged that the revelation and restoration of the Belvedere is a positive aspect of the proposed development, the extent of its visibility would be extremely limited. Its treatment would not begin to justify the harm to the setting of the Hamilton building as a consequence of the new 6-storey Eastern Hotel extensions, which would be larger in both footprint and height than the gymnasium, and would largely obscure the Belvedere in most views from the south. The revealing of the Belvedere would also in itself not justify the loss of the listed gymnasium building. I think in looking at drawings also, the deep basement in the eastern hotel wing may also affect the structure of these retaining walls, but we can go on to that later. The retaining wall is, I would argue, a more functional and utilitarian element in Hamilton's scheme, designed primarily to retain the new access road to Calton Hill. Its stonework, a good judge of the emphasis and visibility Thomas Hamilton wished to convey, is coarse rubble rather than the rustic rock face treatment given to Jacob's Ladder, the base to Regent Road, or the ashlar of the main building and later school buildings. This would suggest its appearance was of secondary importance to Hamilton. We just go on to the setting of A-listed buildings. In paragraph 3.19, Miss Tweedy notes that many elements of the setting of the Nelson Monument would not be affected, including its presence as part of the skyline from many locations in many directions. Elsewhere in paragraph 3.19, Miss Tweedy notes that I have not set out detailed arguments in line with HES managing change guidance regarding the setting of the Nelson Monument. I agree that there will be indeed views of the Nelson Monument that will not be affected by the development, e.g. its centralised location in western views from Princes Street and the west end of Waterloo Place, but I have concentrated on the setting of the monument primarily from an arc of southern views and the impact of the proposals on it, from what I consider important viewpoints. I can confirm that I have followed the advice in HES managing change guidance on setting in making my assessment. As before, HES guidance suggests a 3-stage process to identify the impact of proposed development. Firstly, to identify the historic asset or assets. Secondly, to define and analyse their setting. And 3, to evaluate the potential impact of the proposed changes. The historic asset is, of course, the Nelson Monument, a Category A-listed tower designed in the early 19th century. Its setting is of particular interest, being designed to be as prominent as possible, sited on the highest point of Calton Hill, partly for its role in maritime signalling, but also as a viewpoint in its own right. In evaluating the impact of the development on its setting, I have noted that the base of the monument would be truncated in several views from Regent Road and further south, including Canongate Churchyard. I have also found that the important landscape base to the monument would be affected by the new development in several views from the south. Views of the monument itself would also be affected. The impact on the hilltop monument by the erosion of its setting and the landscape base from many southern views does, in my opinion, warrant an objection. Just going on to Roger Maskell, under listed buildings. At paragraph 1.9 of his precognition, Mr. Maskell has noted the broad brush approach to listing and the technical listing of other structures on the site. I consider it as important to explain the listed buildings on the site in more detail. The listed building record, which was last revised in 2003, has the following statutory address: 5 and 7 Regent Road, former Royal High School, including lodge, classroom block, retaining / boundary walls, gateposts and railings. For clarity, all parties have referred to this classroom block as the gymnasium throughout. The listed building record notes that the listed building is Category A listed and was listed on 9th of April 1966. The record describes in detail the Hamilton building, the gymnasium and the gate lodge, as well as the retaining walls, gateposts and railings. The luncheon and later classroom block of 1946 are not included in either the statutory address or description. The descriptive part of the record is there to help identify the buildings and to provide more information, but it is the statutory address, above in bold, which includes the Hamilton Building, Gate Lodge, Gymnasium and boundary treatment that helps to indicate what is listed. However, this is important to subject to an important legal provision set out below. Section 1/4 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Area Act, Scotland, 1997, states that in this Act, listed building means a building which, for the time being, included in a list compiled or approved by Historic Environment Scotland under this section, and for the purposes of this Act, the following shall, subject to subsection 4A, be treated as part of the building. A. Any object or structure fixed to the building, and B. Any object or structure within the curtilage of the building, which, though not fixed to the building, forms part of the land and has done so since before 1st of July 1948. In considering the Royal High School site, the local authority has considered subsection 4B and applied it to mean that the structures on the site which predate 1st July 1948 are to be treated as part of the Category A listed Royal High School. Although a matter for the local authority, in my view, the Council is entitled to take that view due to the fact that the law sets out that a listed building can include curtilage structures. However, I would emphasise that this does not necessarily mean that all of the buildings on the site have the same level of special architectural or historic interest. I would not argue that the 1885 Gymnasium and Gate Lodge are as important as the Hamilton Building. However, that said, the Ashurst stone buildings do have an architectural and historic interest as part of the evolution of educational and indeed athletic facilities on the school site, and more generally in the city. The high school was preferentially treated with generous playgrounds, playing fields and specific amenities, e.g. gym and swimming pool. The buildings are also important as the work of a skilled Edinburgh board school architect, Robert Wilson, most of whom's board school buildings are listed at Category B. Architecturally, there are also a conscious attempt by the architect to replicate the spirit of the Hamilton Building, whilst at the same time respecting its setting. Wilson did this by setting the buildings to the very edges of the site against the retaining wall, which allowed the important views of the side elevations of Hamilton's masterpiece to remain visible. In short, therefore, I would confirm that all of the existing buildings on the site fall to be treated as covered by the Category A listing of the former Royal High School. Change in contemporary design. In paragraph 1.17, Mr. Maskell suggests that HES and the Council have attempted to resist visible change and have taken the position that change must be prevented as new built form is in principle likely to be harmful. Mr. Maskell continues by suggesting that HES and the Council have a more conservative and narrow attitude underpinning assessment of impact. I would strongly rebut these statements. It is the scale, height, massing and siting of the proposals and their impact on the listed building that are harmful, not the principle of change or the visibility of any new work. Mr. Maskell and Professor Taverner also noted guidance from New Design in Historic Settings, 2010, suggesting that contemporary design can also create a harmonious relationship with their surroundings. Similar guidance also appears in HS Managing Change Guidance on Extensions, which notes deferential and assertive contrasts in new work. For the avoidance of doubt, I agree that high-quality contemporary design can be appropriate in historic settings, notably where demonstratively new facilities are being provided to a historic building. It is not simply the choice of contemporary materials or detailed architectural design solutions that has led to HES's objection. It is the scale, height, massing and siting of the proposals and the consequent impact on the listed building. Indeed, it is difficult to see how a similarly scaled extension built in sandstone or even in the Greek Revival style would be any less unacceptable. In addition, in my view, the choice of pre-patinated copper and floor-to-ceiling 3.4 metre high glazing, when combined with the sheer scale and massing of the extensions of 5 to 6 stories, would plainly have a significant assertive and discordant contrast, a radical juxtaposition against the sombre, largely windowless stone facades of the Hamilton Building and other stone buildings in the vicinity. The proposed south-facing extensions would, by their extensive use of glazing, reflect the light by day, a measure of movement and variance being exacerbated by the rounded forms of the building and the variance in lighting conditions in the city. The informal lighting of the glazed plinth and hotel rooms above at night would also immediately signpost the extensions beside its masonry neighbour. It is arguable whether the likely full impact of the proposed extensions has been realised in all the visualisations produced, and I'd like to take you to CD 603 to 610 to show a slightly different view of some of the visualisations. Within the last few years, HES has engaged positively with several new converted or extended hotels within Edinburgh's World Heritage Site. These include the 5-star Virgin India Buildings Hotel, an extension to an A-listed building, the 5-star Edinburgh Grand, the conversion of an A-listed building, 4-star Carlton Hotel on Market Street, a new build which is, I think, due to open round about now, the 4-star Marriott Leith Walk, a conversion and extension to an A-listed building, and new build hotels at New Waverley, Carlton Gate, South Bridge and Princess Street. All have utilised contemporary design within historic old and new town settings. Indeed, a great deal of the casework of HES concerns contemporary additions and extensions to listed buildings. I have chosen to rely on HES managing change guidance rather than new design in historic settings, principally because managing change is noted as one of the key documents in the historic environment section, page 33, of the Scottish Planning Policy, and also as one of the documents that should be referenced for management of the historic environment in paragraph 4 of HESPS, page 5. New Design in Historic Settings, 2010, was a joint publication between Historic Scotland, Architecture and Design Scotland, and the Scottish Government. It is non-statutory advice, but did not go out to public consultation and therefore is judged to have less weight in the determination of applications. However, I consider the principles outlined in the document are entirely complementary with the HES suite of managing change guidance. Therefore, essentially, there is a difference of a professional opinion. The appellants maintain that the impacts of the new hotel wings have been successfully mitigated through their design approach. My own view is that the issues of scale and massing that I have consistently raised in relation to both schemes are not successfully addressed, and that the assertive architectural contrast of such large flanking wings would be harmful to the setting of the Hamilton building, a key component of the assemblage of neoclassical buildings on Calton Hill. Now if we go on to Robert Taverner. In the bidding process, Professor Taverner notes that the two shortlisted finalists both intended to demolish the Gate Lodge. I acknowledge that the reporters have asked that parties do not revisit the bidding process, but one would simply note that other submitted schemes retained the gatehouse, including one hotel scheme which also retained and converted the gymnasium and luncheon block, only demolishing the 1946 classroom block. With regards to reversibility, at paragraph 121 and in his topic paper, Professor Taverner mentions reversibility, that the extensions could be removed in the future without lasting harm. Reversibility is not normally considered as a policy consideration, but it is sometimes utilised in listed building consent casework for small additions or alterations. For example, placing kitchens in principal rooms and blocking staircases. However, I do not consider that 5 or 6 story concrete framed extensions with the massive infrastructure included within the plinths could ever be seen as reversible. In practice, and in my experience, once a building envelope is consented and built, it is very rarely removed, and if replaced, it is often with something larger or at the very least of similar proportion. I think this would also go against the claims that this is a long-term future for the Hamilton building, to say that the extensions could be demolished. Reversibility would also not apply to the listed buildings that would be demolished to create the extensions. HESP's paragraph 3.38 notes that once lost, listed buildings cannot be replaced. And finally, to Gordon Gibb, in the massing analysis document of 2016, Mr Gibb dismisses the massing analysis document prepared by the Council at the beginning of 2016 as narrow, before noting that many stakeholders have seen the western end of the site as being significantly more sensitive to change than the east end. It is not just the stakeholders that have noted this. The appellant's own heritage report notes that the western playground is highly sensitive to change. I view the massing analysis document, which Mr Wright discusses in his heritage statement, as a proactive way forward by the Council to help find a solution to the site, partly a reaction to the failure to agree on appropriate levels of development on the site within the earlier workshop sessions. In retrospect, the lease agreement, the details of which HES was unaware of until recently, allowed little room for compromise, since the appellant's commercial aspirations meant they needed to find space for substantial bedroom wings on this highly sensitive, constrained site. And in conclusion, I have concentrated on specific points of contention rather than repeating the fundamental points of disagreement that I have with the appellant's views. These differences primarily consist of the assessment of impact on the listed building by the proposed flanking extensions. The appellants consider that listed building can be framed and enhanced by the new wings, and I consider that the character and special interest of the listed building would be significantly adversely impacted by them. I can therefore confirm that there is no evidence presented in the appellant's topic paper or precognitions that would cause me to change my evidence to the inquiry, as set out in my topic paper and precognition.
Thank you, Mr. Robb.
Thank you. Mr. Mackay, you're not asking anything more? No. Mr. Steele, then.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can I just confirm when it is likely that the noise will start, so to speak, and what sort of time I should be trying to wind up the cross-examination?
Yes, well,
I don't mean for good, because I've got a long, long way to go with this witness, and I suspect we'll come nowhere near to finishing it today. But in terms of the lunchtime.
Yes. I think we advised them that we've been usually in the habit of finishing sometime between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. They're waiting for our phone call before they start making the noise they've promised us. So, but if you use that as a guide, 12:30 to 1, whatever.
Thank you, sir. I note there's some noise outside already, but that may not be the same source. I don't know.
There's something else happening behind us here which we can hear. But if it becomes a nuisance, please let us know if it's interfering.
Well,
with
it's not just for me, but it's for the witness as well.
Indeed,
and indeed, sir, if you're being disturbed by
anybody.
it, this is important evidence, obviously.
Clearly. Just while we're on the subject, again, this afternoon, happy for any time between 4 and 5 that fits in as you see best with the way you're
That's
examining.
very helpful, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Robb, good afternoon to you. You have been involved with this project for about a decade, is that correct?
Yes, I wrote the first letter for the Princess Street development brief, Block 10, which was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Mr. Robb, I've got a vast number of questions here, and to make progress, if you can, if it's possible, to keep the answers as brief as you possibly can. It may be you're going to have to give explanations, but I'm trying to get through this as briefly as we possibly can. Thank you. Now, you were or are the case officer, both for the planning applications and the listed building applications. Is that correct?
Yes, I wrote both consultation responses.
And you are here speaking to both the planning and listing building issues. Is that so?
Yes.
You attended the workshops when you were an assistant to Mr. Martindale, I think. Is that also correct?
I attended one of the workshop sessions. The other sessions were attended by Mr. Martindale and Mr. Turner from my team.
And you used to work in English Heritage for Mr. Roger Maskell, who was one of our witnesses.
Yes, I go back a long way with Roger Maskell. We were both inspectors. Then he became the team leader for the City of North London team, and when he left, I became the City of London team leader.
And at that time, were you well known for being a great supporter of modern architecture or not, Mr. Robb?
I would like to think so. I dealt with some of the best architectural firms in the country. I was involved in the redevelopment of Broadcasting House by Sir Richard McCormack, the Home Office by Terry Farrell, and several new developments within the City of Westminster, and then within the boroughs of Islington, Camden, and the City of London itself.
Well, Mr. Robb, we both know that being involved is a long way away from being a great supporter of modern architecture, isn't it?
Well, I would prefer to use the term contemporary architecture rather than modern. That strikes me of interwar period. I would say I'm a very keen on seeing good modern architecture, and I think there's a great deal it can add to specifically buildings in conservation areas and also alterations to listed buildings. And I could say that most of the casework that we deal with is contemporary architecture. We don't have many replica or, to use the more pejorative term, pastiche schemes coming before us. I would say the huge, vast majority is contemporary architecture.
Yeah. Well, all of that I understand, Mr. Robb, but I'm keen to make as much progress as we can here. Now, do I understand your position here is to argue for refusal of both the listing building applications and the planning applications? Is that the conclusion of your document?
Yes, we have objected to listed building consent and planning permission.
and as I understand it, you urge the reporters to refuse both the planning applications and the listed building applications. Is that so? Have I got that correct?
That is our point, yes.
And that is your professional opinion, and you professionally ask the reporters to refuse the planning applications. Is that correct?
We have objected to the planning applications. They have been called in by Scottish ministers, and it is now for the reporters to make their submission to the ministers.
And when I read paragraph 2.33 of your proof or of your report, when you say that you would strongly recommend that the appeals against both applications are refused, by that you mean both the planning appeals and the listed building appeals. Is that so?
Well, it's with ministers now, so yes, we are.
I understand that, Mr. Robb, have no fear. But you strongly recommend that the appeals for both planning and listed buildings should be refused. Is that your position?
We have objected to both, so yes.
And is that your professional opinion, to urge that view on the reporters and through them to the ministers?
Yes.
Good. Can you tell me on what basis a planning application should be determined?
Well, in this basis, we have been consulted by the... It's all about what we are consulted on. We have a very strict locus on what we deal with. We have been consulted on the setting of the A-listed building and the impact on the A-listed building.
Wow.
We've also been consulted on the garden and design landscape, the setting of other A-listed buildings, and also the World Heritage Site.
Well, that's fascinating, Mr. Robb, but that wasn't my question. On what basis should the planning applications be determined?
I don't quite understand the question.
I apologise, it's my fault. What is the legal respect of which a determination will be made in respect of this or any other planning application? What's the legal test?
Well, it goes back to the Act.
Yes, and what does the Act say?
I'll give you it exactly. It's Section 59(1) of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act states that in considering...
Which paragraph are you at?
I'm at paragraph 39.
Yeah. Yes, please.
It states that in considering whether to grant planning permission for development which affects a listed building or its setting, a planning authority or the Secretary of State, as the case may be, that's Scottish ministers now, shall have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses.
And do you say that that is the test that is before us and which you have addressed?
I would hope so.
And that's the full extent of what you have addressed, is that correct?
That's what I hope to have said in my evidence, yes.
And is that your understanding of the legal position?
That we have addressed that test within the planning.
And that is the basis on which these applications, planning applications, should be determined?
Yes.
Right. What do you say, Mr. Robb, about Section 25 of the Act?
Can you direct me to that?
Well, do you know what Section 25 of the Act says?
I think you're talking about a different act.
1997 Town and Country Planning Scotland Act.
Not off the top of my head. I could make an educated guess, but
Well,
if you take me to the document, that would be useful. I've got them all here on my computer, so
Well,
I can...
Sir, if it helps, Mr. Steele, I've no issue with him putting to the witness the terms of Section 25 or indeed Section 37 of the Act that he's referring to.
Well, I'm very grateful
Mr.
for
Steele
that.
will also
I'm
understand
trying to test the witness's knowledge at the moment in relation to the credibility for his evidence, and I'd be very grateful to be allowed to do that. Mr. Robb, do you know what Section 25 says, of the 1997 Act says?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Have you had any regard to it in your evidence?
Well, if you take me to it, I will be able to give you a fuller answer.
Well, let me put it to you as quickly as I can. Let's look, please, at the report of Carla Parks at 2.1, where she very, very fairly sets out the appropriate legal tests. Could you look at that, please?
At 2.1.
The document's been brought to you.
I've got it in front of me.
Now, Are you, or were you aware of that, Mr. Robb? The determination requires to be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Were you aware of that?
I can see that, yes.
Question. You can see that as it's in front of you. Were you aware of that?
We're always aware of that, yes. That's the Council's view to assess the application against their local development plan.
Yes. Where in your evidence does that feature?
Well, I've stuck to our own guidance rather than tell the Council how to assess the application under their own development plan.
So, can we agree this briefly, that nowhere in your proof of evidence do you refer to the development plan or any of its policies?
That's right.
And nowhere have you evaluated the proposals against any development plan policies?
It's for the Council to evaluate the policies against their own local development plan. I've assessed the application under the guidance that Scottish ministers have told us to do, which are a material consideration to the Council's determination of applications.
And do you accept the terms of Section 25 of the Act, which requires the determination to be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise? Do you accept that?
Of course.
Yeah. And you haven't considered it in your report?
Well, I've just answered that.
Well, can you then explain this, please? How can you possibly strongly recommend that the appeals for planning should be refused when you have failed to identify or address the central and relevant issues? Could you just explain that?
We have objected to the Planning Permission over the impact that I have mentioned earlier on. I think it would be for the Scottish ministers to look at the development plan and for the reporters to assess it against.
No, Mr. Robb. You have urged, strongly recommend, that both planning applications should be refused. How can you professionally do that when you have failed to either identify the development plan or any of the relevant policies? How is that professionally responsible?
We've left the councils to assess their own development plan. We're always aware of that. We work closely with it every day. Every application that the council makes is determined against the development plan and the policies within. We have concentrated, and I think my consultation letter was 70 pages long. We have concentrated on our guidance in order to assess what we have been consulted on by the local authority, which is the setting works to the A-listed building, its setting, other A-listed buildings, the World Heritage Site, and the garden and designed landscape.
Mr. Robb, all of that I understand. The question is a simple one. How can you professionally possibly suggest that the planning application should be refused when you have failed to identify or address the development plan? How is that possible professionally? Or do you accept you've made a mistake?
I don't think I've made a mistake. I think it would be assessed as a given that the application would have to go through the council's development plan. But it's not for me to set out where it fails. It's the council's document.
How can you suggest there should be refusal when you haven't identified or assessed the central issue?
Because we have assessed that we have objected on the basis that I've outlined earlier on what we have been consulted on by the council. The council didn't assess us to go through their development plan and work out whether we agreed with it or not. That's for the local authority to do themselves.
But Mr. Robb, I'd like to give you one final opportunity to look at paragraph 233 and see, in light of the points I put to you, whether you think it would be professionally correct to alter the wording of that in light of the circumstances I pointed out to you. If you wish to leave it as it is, have no fear. I will be making submissions about this in due course. I'd ask you to reflect on this. Your professional reputation is at stake.
Could you give me the reference again?
Paragraph 233, page 51 of your report.
I would stand by that statement.
And you stake on that your professional reputation, do you?
Sir, I do take issue with the nature of these questions, which are almost threats, frankly, and whether they're appropriate at all in the circumstances. The witness has made very clear his remit, his evidence sets out the basis upon which he makes that respectful invitation to refuse, or to make a recommendation to refuse. I have no issue with Mr Steele asking questions about other, more broader planning-related issues, but I do have an issue with him and the general tenor of these latter questions, which amount to a threat or something very close to it.
So I think I'm perfectly entitled to explore. This is a government agency who is objecting to the application and who is asking you to refuse the applications when they have failed even to consider the development plan. In my submission, that is and must be wrong, and I've given the opportunity to the witness to modify or alter or delete this paragraph. If he chooses to stand by it, I will make submissions on it, sir. There'll be no surprise about that to anyone.
We've heard that, yes. It did begin to sound like there was a threat in there, and I understand why Mr Mackay intervened. So you've made that point. You said you will make those submissions. Let's move on from that.
Thank you. Can I just move on to the last part of that paragraph, Mr Robb? And is it fair to read this? That the reason that you want, one reason you want for refusal is to allow the trust scheme to progress. That is that what you mean by allowing for a less harmful option to progress? Is that the reality of what you're saying here in the context of this report?
No, I mean what I've said in the sentence, which is allowing for a less harmful option to progress. Now that comes from 347A of HESP's.
Turn to look at HESP in detail. So just to wrap this one up, you're not referring to the trust. You refer to another notional less harmful option. Is that right?
Any less harmful option.
We'll return to that in due course, Mr Robb. Can I go, please, to your rebuttal precognition at paragraph 39, where you refer to the issue of the bedroom numbers. Do you see that? Did you understand at the time that you wrote that that was down to the appellant's commercial aspirations?
I think some evidence has come out during the week that the bedroom numbers had been in the public realm slightly before we assumed they were. But at the time when we were working on the massing analysis document, we didn't know the specific numbers that were in the contract.
Well, there are 2 points about this, Mr Robb. Do you accept that these numbers had been in the public domain for several years, as I put to the director, Mr Leslie, a number of days ago? You'll recollect that. That's the first point.
We weren't aware of that. I think we had saw that as a guideline rather than an absolute.
And did you also hear the evidence that this has got nothing to do with the appellant's commercial aspirations? It was a requirement of the council for reasons that Mr Leslie very fairly explained.
I can see that there was some aspiration on the council to have a specific.
So, can we agree that you would be happy to amend this part of your evidence in these 2 or 3 lines to take out any reference to the appellants, because quite clearly it was not them or their commercial aspirations, was it?
Well, I think the commercial aspirations of the scheme are important. I wasn't aware, and when I wrote this, that the council had suggested a certain degree. I had assumed that, and I had been told, I think, that the appellants had put forward the number of hotel rooms.
In light of the evidence, would a fairer way to put it, and I suggest to you we could easily amend it this way and move on, since the council's aspirations meant that they needed to find, etc. Is that not factually accurate?
I think I would have to look over that again. That was the first time I'd seen it when it came out in Mr Leslie's evidence. I saw that as more of a guideline rather than a contractual arrangement.
Well, I think he explained it as a contractual arrangement, but if you wish to look over it, perhaps at the lunch break, you can consider it, because I would invite you, in fairness to reflect the evidence, to substitute this with the council's aspirations meant that, and so on and so forth. That would be consistent with Mr Leslie's position, I suggest to you.
Okay.
Now, what I'd like to do now, Mr. Robb, is to look, please, at firstly, briefly, the SHEP test. I know you'll tell me it's superseded, and then the HESP test. But could we look at the SHEP test first, which is CD 496?
Yes, I've got that. I think at this point I can mention that I've made a mistake on the paragraph numberings. I've put 3.42 instead of 3.48. But it's the same. It's the same guidance. It's just within a different part.
That's in your report, is it?
Yes.
Now, the point I wish to put to you, in the SHEP test, at pages 59, or actually page 59, there's a section dealing with buildings at risk.
Sorry, what was that? Page 59, wasn't it?
Page 59, sir, yes.
I see that.
Now, is such guidance or advice replicated in the HESP test, which we'll be looking at shortly?
There had been some change in the way that the Buildings at Risk Register was operated between the two documents.
Because I couldn't find, it may be my fault, but I couldn't find a similar section in the 2016 HESP document.
I think the document was altered before it went out. As you'll see by some of the paragraph numbers have changed. It wasn't a straight swap over of information.
Can we agree that the advice in SHEP in relation to buildings at risk it still remains live and valid?
Well, it's been replaced by HESPs, so no, it wouldn't. That's a Historic Scotland document.
Well, would the concepts and the guidance and the desire to preserve a building at risk not still apply?
I think that the HESP's document is very clear in that we are very keen to see buildings at risk or unused buildings or buildings that are coming out of a use to be reused. So it's really about the general idea that it is a good thing to reuse historic buildings would appear in both documents.
Well, if we look at paragraph 5.26 of the SHEP test, which refers to the MPF, it says that every endeavour should be made by organisations reporting to Scottish ministers, and that must mean Historic Scotland or Historic Environment Scotland. Would that be fair?
I think that there's been some...
Sorry, just let me finish. To ensure that their buildings should not be in such a state to be on this register. Now, do you agree with that?
I think we would, of course, agree that local authorities should try their very best to keep buildings off the Buildings at Risk register. And I'm happy to say that City of Edinburgh is one of the best authorities for having the least buildings at risk. I think partly because of the economic situations we have in the city. But there has been changes to the way that the Buildings at Risk register operates, which is probably why that has been taken out. We had a performance, sorry, as it says there, we had a performance indicator which was based on how many A-listed buildings came off the register. I think over the years people have thought that maybe the A-listed buildings aren't often treat themselves, and there's a lot of C-listed buildings and B-listed buildings that are
Do you
at
agree,
harm.
Mr. Robb, the point on this is relatively simple. Do you agree that every endeavour should be made to get any building on the Buildings at Risk register off it? Every endeavour. Are these the words, and do you agree with them?
These are the words of a document that has been superseded.
Well, is it not? Do these words not appear within the NPF?
I would have to check.
Is that not what is said here?
Well, they did at the time we were dealing with it, yes, but our guidance has taken that out.
Well, can we agree as a matter of policy that every endeavour should be made? Is that not the correct approach to take to this matter?
I think, yes. I mean, whether a building is on the buildings, there's a lot of buildings that are at risk which are not on the Buildings at Risk register. There's a lot of buildings that are empty, underused, not being maintained properly. So all buildings, we would take that sort of view that we would like to see them put into good order
Well,
and
Mr. Robb, I'm
reused.
particularly asking you about buildings and the buildings at risk register. Can we agree that every endeavour should be made to sort out that issue and problem?
Every reasonable endeavour, yes.
Thank you. If we go to the HESPS document, which is 598, at page 5, paragraph 3.
I think you mean 498.
498.
Yes.
I do mean 498, I'm sorry.
Sorry, can you give me the reference again?
Yeah. Document 498,
Yep.
page 5, paragraph 3.
Yes, I have it.
And one of the functions delegated to Historic Environment Scotland is to ensure conservation of buildings and provide current access for the current and future generations. And that is an important consideration, is it not?
Yes.
And I'm not going into the precise detail at the moment, but insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned, the fabric of it, we will ensure the conservation and preservation of that and also provide public access, will we not?
I'd just like to note that this is about our properties in care. So it's buildings that we own, like Edinburgh Castle.
Yes, I
we
understand that,
can't
but
ask
does
for
the same concept not apply in relation to other buildings like the one we're talking about here, Mr. Robb? Surely that must also apply with equal importance, equal force.
No, we can't. I think, was it 75% of the old and new town World Heritage Site are listed? We can't ensure public access to domestic houses or other listed buildings.
Mr. Robb, you know what we're talking about at this inquiry. We're talking about the Hamilton building and we are offering public access. Is that not a clear advantage of the proposal given the importance that ministers clearly place on that?
But that paragraph is about our properties in care. That's the suite of properties that we've inherited to look after and present to the nation. That's what the public access means, that we keep them open. And
I see. So
it's not referring to all listed buildings. It couldn't.
So you don't think that ministers want to see public access to a building such as the Hamilton building? Is that your position?
I think public access to all historic buildings is something we can in a vague sense support, but we can't ask for the many thousands of listed buildings to be open to the public. That would be
Mr. Robb, I'm not
way beyond our remit.
Mr. Robb, I'm not suggesting that to you. I'm only interested.
I think you are.
Mr. Robb, please let me. I'm only asking you about and only interested for today's purposes in relation to the Hamilton building. Now, is it not perfectly obvious that ministers wish to encourage conservation and also public access to a building such as the Hamilton building? Is that not perfectly obvious, or are we going to disagree about that as well?
I don't think we can insist on public access to a privately owned building. We do have some situations where we offer a grant where there is where there is an access part to our conditions, and also we have a lot of buildings that, for tax purposes, are open. But we can't insist that public access is given to a private building. So no, I can't agree with that. That statement, again, is about our properties in care.
You cannot agree, Mr. Robb, that public access to this building after all these years is any kind of advantage. Is that your position?
I would say it's desirable for the public to be able to access historic buildings of interest as a general theme, yes.
So can we agree, very briefly indeed, that it is an advantage? And it is something that ministers quite clearly wish to encourage?
Well, again, that statement is about properties in care. So ministers are encouraging people to go and visit castles, as I would myself. But we can't encourage people to visit the many thousands of listed buildings that are owned as domestic houses.
Have I suggested that to you, Mr. Robb? Have I suggested that at all? I'm merely interested in the Hamilton building. But if you can't accept that ministers clearly want to facilitate access to the Hamilton building by virtue of what's set out here, then I will move on. You're not prepared to accept that?
Well, you're asking me what ministers would feel. I'm saying that we, as an organisation, would, of course, in our education role, in our for people to experience listed buildings. So public access is good, yes.
If public access is good, then that must be an advantage of our proposal. Surely you can assent to that and we can move on.
Yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 1.4. High-quality new design and development can lead to successful regeneration and community building. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the ministers also believe that historic environment should be valued as an asset rather than thought of as a barrier to development.
I absolutely agree with that, yes.
Thank you. And the protection of the historic environment is not about preventing change, is it?
It's about managing change.
Not preventing it, because that would be quite improper to try to prevent change, would it not?
It would be impossible.
Well, it wouldn't be impossible if people keep refusing planning applications and listed building consents. That absolutely prevents change.
It's about managing change. It's about ensuring that change is not adverse to the historic buildings that we work with.
And what do you make, Mr. Robb, of the last sentence? Such decisions about intelligently managing change often have to recognise the economic realities. What do you think that means?
I think it means you have to be pragmatic and be aware of, as it says, the economic realities. I worked in the City of Westminster for the best part of a decade, where there was perhaps too much money, and that had its own issues. Before that, I worked in Middlesbrough, where there certainly wasn't a great deal of money. I think you get to know parts of the country where schemes are likely to succeed and where they're not. And I would say that central Edinburgh at the moment is probably one of the most economically advantaged areas in Scotland, specifically towards the east end of Princes Street and the development that's happening here. So we are aware that in some parts of the country, if a church closes, it's going to be very difficult to find a reuse for that building. But normally in Edinburgh, I'd say the market is fairly buoyant, and good conservation schemes can be expected.
Can we agree that one does have to have regard to the economic realities of life, and in particular the costs of refurbishing the main Hamilton building?
Of course, I trained as a building surveyor, so I know the harm that buildings can get into and what costs are associated with their repair and reuse. Well, so we are in our day-to-day job, we are aware of the economic realities.
I'm grateful for that, because you got a diploma in building surveying from the Glasgow College of Building and Printing, a point I was just about to put to you. So you must be entirely aware of the issues, and you've been round this building many times, Mr. Robb. Is that correct?
I have, yes.
Could we look, please, at documents 58, CD 58-273? And can you tell me, firstly, have you read and considered all of these documents, Mr. Robb?
I have. I actually did my first summer job at Thomas & Adamson in Rutland Square, so I know the firm well.
Well, I'm not interested whether you know the firm well, but have you read these documents?
I have, yes.
And what, therefore, is the conclusion as to the cost of the works to the fabric of the main Hamilton building?
I'm just trying to find where the cost is limited. I've been through and noted all the dilapidations to the building and what needs to be done. But if you could maybe take me to the final cost, that would be useful.
That's very helpful indeed. Can we agree, therefore, that the cost of simply repairing the fabric of the building before one does anything else is a very significant sum?
Yes, I think the building is not in terrible condition. It was for a time falling into bad condition when maintenance stopped on it. I think it's now it's no longer deteriorating to the same extent. But yes, it will cost a reasonable amount of money to bring it back into use.
Give us an order of magnitude, a surveyor's order of magnitude as to what a reasonable sum of money is in this context.
I wouldn't like to put a figure on it. It really depends on what scheme you're putting forward. If you did a very just a wind and water type repair of the building and used it for a sort of meanwhile use, the figure would be a lot less than.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the fabric. I'm talking about the fabric repair. It'll be several £million, won't it, Mr. Robb?
I would imagine so. Yes.
And that is one of the economic realities that one has to bear in mind in relation to assessing any scheme for planning application for reuse of the building. Is that not right?
Yes, that would always be. Buildings in poor condition cost more to repair.
Now, can you identify this? You have got no economic qualifications, although obviously you've got surveying qualifications. Is that correct?
I have no economic qualifications besides a higher in economics.
Can you identify briefly whether within your report that you've lodged to this inquiry you have dealt with the fabric condition reports as being one of the economic realities of the situation?
We've assessed the impact of the proposals on the historic building and its setting.
Well, that, with respect, wasn't the question, because what I was asking you about is whether you've reflected the nature of the cost of the fabric repairs.
Yes, I think we have in the schemes we've looked at. I think that's why we decided from a very early period that it would be possible to demolish the gymnasium building in order to make to give some viability to that end of the site, which would be to really address the repairs and restoration work needed for the main building.
Well, we'll be looking at your reports. Sorry, Mr. Robb, we'll be looking at your reports later. Have no fear. Now, you attended how many of the design workshops?
The Duddingston House design workshops, I attended one of them.
And your boss or colleague, Mr. Martindale, attended several more. Is that so?
That's correct.
What assistance do you say that you gave at the design workshops?
The design workshop I attended was primarily looking at development envelopes. So when I was there, we looked at what we felt the site could take. Now, the massing analysis document done by the council was probably a long-term result of these workshops 2 years later. We certainly, at that series of workshop meetings at Duddingston House, suggested that there was perhaps scope for a single-storey building, a pavilion building, I think we called it, in the Western Playground. And we also suggested that there was more scope for redevelopment on the eastern side of the site, where the gymnasium is. So in that, my one meeting, it was mostly to look at envelopes of development and what we felt was possible to fit on the site.
Right. Are you aware, that workshop presumably was chaired by Mr. Carr, is that so?
Robert Carr, yes.
And you're aware of his report?
I'm not aware of his report, no.
And you've not heard about his report and you've not seen it?
Only from yourself, Mr. Steele, at the pre-examination meeting, and briefly under the cross-examination of Mr. Leslie.
So you cannot comment on what Mr. Carr may have said about Historic Environment Scotland and their attitude. Would that be fair?
Well, I only have you. You've only mentioned that there is a report. We've never either seen it, been given an opportunity to look at it, so I can't comment on what appears in a report we haven't seen. But I have read through all the minutes of all 5 meetings, and I think I've got a fairly good view on what we said at all meetings, which was fairly represented in our consultation responses.
Right. Can I take you back, please, to the HESP document and the key principles? And the key principles, this is page 9, paragraph 1.9. And what do you make of 1.9a, Mr. Robb? Does that constitute encouragement to public access by any chance, do you think?
Yes, as I said earlier, we would encourage access to the historic environment in all its forms.
And the advice also encourages conservation and management to ensure that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there also a presumption in favour of preservation of historic assets?
There is.
So to that extent, the work that we propose for the main Hamilton building is supported, is it not?
I think we would have to look at the application as a whole. There are some elements which would be positive, the reuse of the Hamilton building and the restoration works that you've suggested earlier. But on the whole, the application would have a significant adverse impact on the building and its setting.
Well, Mr. My question really was quite a simple one. Insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned, we would gain considerable support from key principle 1.9b, would we not?
I don't think you can just cherry pick. You have to look at it in a holistic way. There are elements of what you are doing to the Hamilton building which are positive. There are also negative elements. You're opening sort of turning 7 or 9 windows on the rear elevation into doors. You're putting glazed corridors on the back of the building. You're also sort of adding the wings to the building, which impact on the east and west elevations in the first scheme and the rear on the second. So generally, we are happy with the internal works of the Hamilton building. That's what we've said.
Well, that's what I was asking about. So can we agree that you're happy with those and that there's a presumption in favour in relation to those works?
In relation to those works on their own, but I don't think we can separate it out in that way.
Well, Mr. Robb, I'm trying to establish, if we possibly can, the advantages and disadvantages of the proposal, and this is surely a clear advantage. I'm not suggesting to you there are not other issues to be considered, but I'm just taking it a step at a time. Is that fair?
Yes, the reuse of the building is a positive element of your proposals.
Thank you. And C, the historic environment should be managed in a sustainable way, recognising its social, cultural, economic and environmental resource. Again, insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned, that's something that's supportive.
I don't think it's particularly sustainable or environmental to demolish Victorian buildings.
Well, we'll come on to that very shortly, because I thought your position was that in respect of some of them, it was perfectly acceptable, Mr. Robb.
When you say some of them...
I'm coming on to the detail later.
Okay.
But insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned, and these are the questions I'm asking at the moment, C is supportive, surely.
I don't think you can. It's an overall scheme. You can't sort of take one element of it and say that that's acceptable, because
And
your
in
scheme
relation-
involves demolition.
Sir, if the witness might be allowed to finish his answer.
Apologise, I
please.
thought he'd finished. That was my mistake.
Your scheme involves demolition and a huge impact on the setting of the listed building, as well as harm to the elements of the listed building.
Well, Mr. Robb, just to make it clear, what I'm asking you about at the moment is the main Hamilton building. I'm very clear that you wish to get in all the points that are adverse to us, but if we could just concentrate on the points, the questions will make an awful lot better progress. Now, so far as the main Hamilton building is concerned, C is supportive, is it not?
I don't think you can separate them. Your building is an entire building. The wings are intrinsically linked to the main building. The combined heat and power is in the eastern wing. You can't really separate the building from the wings.
Although you clearly don't want to, Mr. Robb, let me ask you the question hypothetically. If we were considering these works to the Hamilton building, C is supportive.
Sir, this is the fourth attempt Mr. Steele's had to get agreement on this point. I suppose, conceivably, he could ask hypothetically if there would be support if there were no bedroom extension wings. That would be a hypothesis, and Mr. Robb might be able to answer that hypothesis. But Mr. Robb's said 3 times now that as far as these proposals are concerned, they have to be considered as the proposals, and you can't cherry-pick.
Well, sir, with respect, I cannot begin to understand why Mr. Robb cannot answer the question in relation to the main Hamilton building. These are a series of propositions. We know, of course, the wings, and we're going to be considering them shortly. But what I'm trying to do is to establish if there are advantages which may have to be weighed in the balance. And I'm very surprised a senior official like this cannot answer the question. It is obvious, surely, that there are advantages in relation to the main Hamilton building. Why the witness is finding this difficult, I don't know.
Well, I can understand from the response that Mr. Robb is considering how one part of the scheme can be completed without the other. I read that into his last answer. But I can equally understand that if you're saying, hypothetically, just those particular works,
I'm trying to take it a stage at a time.
We will consider things in the round eventually.
Absolutely.
So I understand where you're coming from,
yeah.
But there's a limit to how many times you can ask the question. Think the same answer.
I would hope it's such an obvious answer that the witness could answer it straight away, either yes or no, and we can move on very rapidly. Otherwise, I'm going to be here for days. There's nothing difficult about this.
One more time, no more.
Well, Mr. Robb, could you please just answer the question?
I'd have to say no, because it's not sustainable to demolish buildings that do not require to be demolished, or less harmful schemes are possible.
Let's try D then, Mr. Robb. The people will be able to enjoy, appreciate and learn from this building because they'll be able to visit it for the first time ever.
Well, that's similar to the public access point. I think I've agreed that we, as an organisation, would be happy with access to historic buildings, but I don't know how much further I can go on that.
Well, you could perhaps go this way, Mr. Robb. You could possibly agree that we're supported by 1.9D. That would be one quick way to move on.
Well, this is really a paragraph about what we do as an organisation, rather than suggesting that private owners should open their buildings to the public.
Mr. Robb, these are the key principles in relation to these issues. Are you saying they're not relevant?
If we can, and in the very small element in the second and third sentence, the third line rather, if we can assist people to access the building, yes, that I would agree with that point.
Thank you. Now, so far as the conservation of the historic environment is concerned, there are a list of points A to K. Now, can we run through these very, very quickly, please, Mr. Robb, to see if we can make rapid progress? Because I hope that you'll be able to agree that we have based any decisions courtesy largely of Mr. Wright, on sound knowledge and understanding of the particular site.
Yes, I would agree that there has been a great deal of research done on the building.
And it's founded on a full awareness, etc., paragraph B.
I wouldn't agree with that paragraph, no, because a phase of its development would to me, represent the later school buildings on the site. You can't really stop history in this case. You have 2 Victorian school buildings and even later school buildings. I think that would all be part of the evolution of the site.
But B says be founded on a full awareness and consideration. Now, we are fully aware of the situation and have given full consideration, have we not?
I would say that the work that you have done has come to a conclusion that we do not agree with.
Well, that's as may be, but we are fully aware and have given full consideration to the cultural significance and the phases of its development. Nothing surely could have been more thorough than the work of Mr. Andrew Wright.
I would suggest that the later phases of development are not given perhaps the respect they deserve.
And they're carried out in accordance with a conservation plan. Whether you agree with it or not, there is a conservation plan which is being followed, isn't there?
I don't think Mr. Wright's document claims to be a conservation plan as such. It's a heritage statement. I'm sure he could explain in more detail.
Well, he can't explain because he's already given his evidence, Mr. Robb, as you're perfectly well aware. Are you saying there is no conservation plan that is live here in relation to these proposals?
My understanding was the document was not a conservation plan. There is a previous conservation plan done in 2004 by LDN Architects, but I think Mr. Wright was trying a slightly different type of document, and I don't think he refers to it at any stage as a conservation plan. I'm happy to be corrected on that.
Now, we are ensuring that what is to be conserved is properly recorded. D isn't a difficulty, I trust?
No difficulty there.
No difficulty with E either, I'm sure?
Yes, although we have a disagreement about the potential loss.
Yeah. And so far as F is concerned, if our evidence is to be accepted largely from the economic session, then F would not be a difficulty either.
Well, it's a difficulty at the moment. The economic session will obviously have its own conclusions, but I can't really comment on that.
And G, I assume briefly there will not be a difficulty, and we are consistent with that. Thompson, Adamson, so on and so forth, the firm you work for? No
yes, and I've worked with Gordon Gibb and Hoskins over many projects. I have no fear that they will do what they have said they will do.
And H, we've had regard to retaining or enhancing the setting of the site, monument, building and landscape. We have most certainly have regard to that, haven't we, as we're required to there. Whether you agree with the outcome or not, we have had regard to it.
I couldn't agree that the setting of the site has been respected.
No, but these are not the words in this test. What it says is that we have to have regard to these factors. And I suggest to you that we indeed have regard to this.
If you say so, yes.
Sir, as a matter of fairness, this part of the document does not relate to what the applicant should have regard to. Paragraph 1.10 prefaces all of these bullet points by the conservation of any part of Scotland's historic environment should then take those various factors into account.
Yes, and that surely means that both we and Historic Scotland have to take these matters into account. Surely.
And others.
Much more importantly, you, sir, yes.
Well, and more importantly, the ministers.
Well, indeed. I don't understand what the point is.
Well, the point is your questions repeatedly say we, as in your team and your client, have had regard, whereas what the policy is getting at, or this part of the policy is getting at, is that ultimately it's for the decision makers to take a view on.
I think we understand the point.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Robb.
We're getting close to lunch.
Well,
will
that
we get
might
to the
be
bottom of 110 before.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Perhaps could I just finish off these last couple of points on this document, on this page, and then that would be that matter. Now, Mr. Rob, where we've had regard to having regard to retaining, is that correct? You and I? So we're on to I.
I don't think we could agree to that, no.
Sorry?
I don't think we could agree that the change is appropriate in this case, because we're losing the primacy of the main category listed building.
I'm still at H. I think we've...
I thought you'd gone to I.
Right. Let's... have we agreed about H then? That we've had regard to it, you've had regard to it, and others will have regard to it as well.
Are you asking whether you feel you have had regard? Or
Absolutely,
whether you feel,
yes.
Well, if you're saying you've had regard, then that's fine. But I'm not sure I would agree with the full statement, because it doesn't enhance the setting of the site.
But we have had regard to that. That's the point, Mr. Rob. We've had regard to retaining it, we've had regard to appropriate enhancement, and we've had regard to the setting of the site and the building and the landscape. We've taken all of these into account.
You may have taken them into account, but I think we disagree on the conclusions.
Yeah, well, that's a different point. Right. I. Ensure that when change is proposed, it is appropriate, carefully considered, authoritatively based, properly planned and executed, and, if appropriate, reversible. Well, again, can we agree very rapidly that we have given very careful consideration and a great deal of detail, which I would suggest is authoritative, in relation to what we propose? You may not agree with the conclusion.
I do not agree with the conclusion. I think if you're asking me, have you done a great deal of research on this building, and I would agree, yes, you have.
Thank you. And so far as J&K are concerned, they're not issues between us, I would imagine, and hope.
I think the last one is probably for my colleague to answer, but I'm sure there would be no disagreement with Jay.
Insofar as 110 is concerned, the conservation of any part of the environment, can we agree that we have met those tests, except for this? You may not agree with the precise conclusions of our work, but we have done all the work that is required there, have we not?
I wouldn't consider them a list of tests. I think these are considerations to be taken into account. I would agree that you have done a great deal of research and that you have put together the best case you can when you're dealing with the quantum of development that you have to provide on the site. We, as is obvious by the fact we are here, we just do not agree that this is an appropriate development for this category listed building. And
I think we've got that, Mr. Robb.
Right, okay.
That might be an appropriate place to break for lunch, so it's spot on 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Very helpful. We'll resume again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Robb, I think you were considering over lunchtime your position in relation to the precognition, or at least rebuttal precognition, paragraph 39, the last couple of lines. Have you had an opportunity to do that?
Yes, it is the Finance and Resources Committee from 2011. The document says Duddingston House Properties proposal envisages the transformation of Royal High School to form an exclusive hotel with at least 120 bedrooms. I think what you were asking me whether that number had been put forward by the council, and I was a bit, I wasn't quite sure whether that was the case from that wording. But if you can take me to any wording that makes that precise, I'd be happy to accept it.
Well,
no, I've lost track of the question. What was it you were asking, Mr. Steele?
Sir, I had asked this morning whether the witness would be, in light of the evidence, was prepared to amend paragraph 39, the last two lines, from how it reads to the following: since the council's aspirations meant that, i.e. taking out the words appellant's commercial and substituting that with the council. And in that regard, I referred to the evidence of Mr. Leslie, which he gave to me in cross-examination, which according to my recollection, and obviously this can be checked easily, confirmed precisely that the council required 120 bedrooms, and the reason he gave it was one of quality of the hotel. And in light of that, I'd ask Mr. Robb to agree with the alterations to his evidence.
Does that make sense, Mr. Robb?
It makes a little more sense. I'm not sure whether Mr. Leslie admitted it directly, but he said that 120 bedrooms is put up as a proxy number for a quality hotel. So if this came from the council, I would be happy to admit that was the case. But of course, it's the appellants who put the application in for a 127-bedroom hotel.
Well, Mr. Robb, we know that. What I'm trying to get is accuracy here. And do you recollect Mr. Leslie's evidence, and in particular cross-examination? You were here at the time, I know that, because I was watching your reaction, which, well, I'll not continue. Are you prepared to alter that in the way that I've suggested to you, that it should properly and fairly read, since the council's aspiration?
I think that would be fair.
Thank you. So we take out the words appellants commercial and substitute the council.
Yes, I did in the lunchtime have a look through, and the development plan policies are noted in our inquiry statement.
Although I didn't put this to you earlier, I think it'd be even fairer still if we deleted the word substantial and put in at least 120, because that actually was the evidence, was it not?
This is paragraph 39.
It's paragraph 39 of your rebuttal precognition. I think it would be more precise if it read this way: to find space for 120 bedrooms on this, etc., etc.
Well, I don't think the principle of what I'm saying there needs to be changed. They are substantial bedroom wings on a highly sensitive constrained site. Whether the council put forward the 120 bedroom minimum in the beginning, I'm happy to concur with Mr. Leslie's evidence on that, but they are still very large, substantial bedroom wings.
Mr. Robb, I've got you on that. I understand fully your position on that. I'm just trying to see if we can get accuracy in this. If you're happy to put 120 bedrooms in there, we can do it. If you're not happy, we can leave it and I'll deal with it in submissions. I was giving you an opportunity to accurately reflect the position.
I'm happy for it to remain as it is.
Subject to altering it to the council.
If you wish, yes.
It's not as I wish, Mr. Robb, it's as you wish. It's your evidence.
I'm happy to do that.
Now, could we go back, please, to the HESP test? We concluded at paragraph 110, I think, before lunch, and I'd like to take you as briefly as we possibly can, Mr. Robb, to paragraph 1.20. And this is in relation to maintaining quality, and I would hope that very rapidly we can agree that our proposals are consistent with the quality being the key aim of good stewardship and the points listed there. I would hope there's nothing controversial. Can we agree that we are consistent with and supported by these principles?
I would have to read through them all.
I'd hope that you might be familiar with this. This is in the context of the quality of the work to be carried out. Materials and construction techniques, etc.
Certainly in the repair and techniques, I'm sure that your clients will do the right thing by the building, but it also mentions at D that it's important that new developments are sensitive to historic character, which I would not agree with.
Well, it actually then continues and attain high standards in design and construction, which I hope you will agree with.
I would agree with that, yes.
While recognising the original building materials, which we have recognised and taken a specific decision in relation to, haven't we?
An assertive decision, yes.
Well, you say assertive, we might say something rather different. And E is provision for access.
Yes.
So, broadly and quickly, can we agree that 120 we are consistent with, save for the one matter that you've raised, which is a matter of judgment, and are supported by this.
With a caveat against the sensitivity to historic character and retaining historic character.
Now, the next page or two deals with the question of monuments, Mr. Robb. Can we agree that this is not a monument as identified in the HESP policy statement?
It's not a scheduled monument, but it is monumental.
That's a rather different thing, is it not? But if anybody refers to this as being a monument, strictly speaking, they are wrong.
In terms of designation, it is not a scheduled monument. No, it's a listed building.
Thank you.
But so the national monument is also a listed building rather than a scheduled monument. So obviously that phrase can be used between both.
What I'd like to do now, if I may, Mr. Robb, is to look at your consultation responses and to see to what extent they are consistent or inconsistent with the advice that we've just looked at. Could we then look, please, at document 356, CD 356, which is your consultation response dated March 2017.
Yes.
And firstly, can you identify for me where and to what extent you deal with the advantage of public access?
I don't mention public access in the document.
Can we agree that that's an error?
I don't think it's a priority for us to ensure that a privately owned building has public access. As I explained earlier, that sometimes comes up in grant conditions and when we're dealing with tax cases, but it's not something we can ensure.
But Mr. Robb, I've taken some considerable time this morning to establish what government says and government encouragement to and policy in relation to various issues. One issue that we identified earlier was an encouragement for public access to a building of this type, was it not? Did we not agree that before lunch?
I think it was a wider access to the historic environment, which I can agree with.
And this building is part of the... I mean, you're not seriously going to doubt that there's an advantage to getting public access to the building, are you, after all these years? That is an obvious advantage.
It is, but it wouldn't be seen as a material consideration in assessing the applications.
Sorry, could you just give me that one again? Let me just repeat this in case I misheard you. It would not be a material consideration in assessing the application. Is that your position?
Sorry, a significant, I meant to say, rather than material. I think it's...
Can we agree it is indeed a material consideration? The significance may be for others to judge.
Yes.
Right. And can we agree that it is an advantage in favour of our proposal and one which you have failed to mention in your report?
I have failed to mention it in my report. But I think we all agreed that a hotel would have public access in the discussions beforehand.
Now, we also, before lunch, discovered government support in relation to tourism issues, in particular in relation to historic buildings, did we not?
Yes.
Can you identify where that is mentioned in your report?
Again, that's not mentioned in my report.
Why not, Mr. Robb?
Because I've concentrated on the impact that your development would have on the historic environment.
Yes, that's exactly what you've done, isn't it? Without weighing in the balance any advantages that there may be. You have failed to weigh in the balance the advantages, haven't you?
I think we've been all aware that a hotel, we have no concerns with the building being used for a hotel. What I've done is as I've just said, is assess the impact of the development on the historic building and the adjacent assets.
No, Mr. Robb, it's not a question of concerns about the hotel use. It's the tourist and economic advantages of the hotel use that I want to know where they are, and if they're not here, why they're not here.
Because I've concentrated on the impact it will have on the historic environment.
See, the fact of the matter is this, Mr. Robb, that you may just have, in a sense, conceded. You have concentrated on the disadvantages of the proposal and failed to list or consider the advantages of the proposal, have you not?
I don't agree so. I think we've been fair in assessing the, say, the conversion of the Hamilton building to accommodate a new use. There are some elements of that, such as the glazed additions on the rear elevation, that we would not normally be supportive of. There are also alterations to the entrance hall, for the proposed entrance hall. I think we've been fair in our assessment of we want to see this building reused, and I think we would admit that that there are elements of your scheme that are positive. If I haven't gone through every positive element, then I apologise for that.
Good. Well, could you just identify where one positive element is that you have listed?
Well, as I just said, I think the reuse of the building is a positive.
And you do mention that towards the bottom of page 30, but apart from that, there's precious little else, isn't there?
I think we've welcomed the restoration work to the building, the repairs, the work to the entrance hall.
Well, that's the reuse of the existing building.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, could I just ask to see how fair you were in relation to economic matters? At page 30, paragraph D, do you have that?
Yes.
Now, because you wrote this report, I think, is that correct?
I did, yes.
So you said this: we acknowledge that there would be some benefits to economic growth with the proposals, but we do not consider they outweigh the important presumption in paragraph 3.38.
Yes.
If I turn on 2 pages to page 35, the third paragraph down, you say this: your council will be best judged to judge the justification provided and the scale of the economic benefits suggested by the proposals. This is in relation to the economic benefits. Well, if you didn't know what the economic proposals were and were leaving it to the council to judge, which I can understand, Mr. Robb, how is it at page 30D you took a view that the disbenefits could not be outweighed by the economic advantages? How is that possible? How can you square these two?
Sorry, could you take me back to the first? Yeah, it was page 30.
Page 30, letter D. Do you have that?
I will have in a second.
About halfway down the page.
About a third of the way. Well, it's a third of the way down the hard copy, sir.
Yes, that's.
Let me just read it to you, Mr. Robb, just to make sure that you and I are talking about the same thing. We acknowledge that there will be some benefits to economic growth with the proposals, but we do not consider that they outweigh the important presumption. And yet, a couple of pages later, you accept that the council is best placed to judge the justification provided.
Yes, I think we're looking at different tests here. When I say I don't consider they outweigh the presumption to, that's the presumption to against demolition or other works that adversely affect the special interest of a listed building or its setting. That paragraph later on is, sorry, it was on page
35.
35. That's in terms of the demolition, and we're, as you pointed out earlier on, I'm not an economics expert. What we tend to do, because this test for demolition relies on a development being of regional benefit, or at least regional benefit.
Where does it say that, Mr. Robb? That isn't in the HESP paragraph 3.47, isn't it? Is it?
The 3.47 isn't the demolition test, that's 3.48.
Mm-hmm. It's not in 3.48 either, is it?
Well, I think that's something that we have realised through several applications for demolition and several reporters' judgments.
So
it's significant is the word.
The word is significant. As I understand it, you have made the test regional. You've, in your own minds, inserted the word regional into the test. Is that correct?
That has come about through a series of appeal decisions.
I'll be looking at this in detail later. Have no fear. But what I want to know at the moment is, can you explain what appears to be a disparity, a discrepancy between the treatment of significant economic benefits at page 30 and your acknowledgement at page 35 that you don't have the information?
I think the first test is referring to 3.47, where there are 4 considerations to take into account, whereas the second part is dealing with the demolition tests, which we used to call the SHEP test, now the HESP tests. So it's a different test. 3.47 is 4 considerations that you take where there is an adverse impact on a listed building.
Just slowly, so I can understand this, if you don't mind, Mr. Robb. The test at D is whether there were significant benefits. Is that correct? At page 30. Whether there were significant benefits.
Yes, that's...
And you judged that they were not?
In terms of the considerations in 3.47.
Yes. And at page 35, the question is whether there were significant benefits. Was it not?
That's the significant benefits for the demolition test.
But the wording is precisely the same. The wording is significant benefits. These are the tests in relation to both paragraphs. Is that not correct? What I'm genuinely struggling to understand is why at page 30 you decided that the significant benefit test was not met, and at page 35 you decided that in relation to the significant benefit test that the Council would decide, presumably on the basis you didn't have enough information.
Well, I think the first test, as I say, is about 3.47, which takes in 4 elements, 4 considerations where an application has an adverse
Mr. Robb,
impact.
please just look at this again. You may have misread it. But at page 30, you are dealing with D, only D. And in D, you decide that the significant benefits were not sufficient. Is that not accurate? That's your consideration of one of the tests, D.
To outweigh that presumption in paragraph 3.38, yes.
Well, just stop you a moment. Surely you mean 3.47.
Well, as in D there we acknowledge that there would be some benefits to economic growth with the proposals, but we do not consider that they outweigh the important presumption in paragraph 3.38.
Yeah. And the question for consideration is whether there were or were not significant benefits.
Well, we're dealing with...
That's D. That's a test in D.
We're dealing with 2 different tests here. This test is... The 3.48 is a test for demolition. It's the demolition of an individual building, whereas this is referring to the entire development, which is why it's considerations rather than tests. With the HESP test, you have 4 individual tests, and people require to meet one of them in order to justify the loss of the demolition of a listed building. This refers to the overall development and whether it's adverse and adversely affecting the special interest of a listed building or its setting is part of that. And so it's not an absolute. It's a weighing up of 4 individual elements within that test.
I fully understand all of that, Mr. Robb. But the difficulty for you is this. On page 30, you say that the significant benefits were not met. And on page 35, you leave it to the Council because they had the information. Is that not accurate?
Well, with not met, because we're dealing with more than the demolition of a listed building. We're dealing with works that adversely affect the special interest of a listed building or its setting. And the setting in this is key because it's the setting of the Hamilton building. We realise there are several listed buildings on the site. And I think in terms of the demolition test, we normally leave the council to decide the economic benefit of this. I think what we're saying in this case is that we believe that the benefits to economic growth, which there will obviously be with your scheme, do not outweigh the damage to a Category A listed building of international importance. It's not a strict text on demolition. They're two different tests.
Let me leave that particular point to one side. Are you an economist?
I just said I wasn't.
No. Did you have economic advice in relation to this matter?
We did not have economic advice.
Did you have access to the confidential information about economic issues which the council had and are the landlord and leaseholder in relation to?
We had access to all the information contained within the applications.
Well, that isn't the question, Mr. Robb. Did you have access to the confidential financial information which the council had?
I think the word confidential would suggest we didn't.
That would suggest that, indeed. Thank you. So does it not follow that the council are the people who would know whether there's economic justification and the extent of it, and not Historic Environment Scotland?
No, not for the tests that we've set out, because they're two different tests. One is for the overall development, really, and the setting of the A-listed building, whether the second test is simply a test to demolish a listed building.
Can you tell me, please, precisely what information you had to determine at page 30 that the economic benefits would not outweigh the presumption?
Well, it goes back to the test 3.47, which paragraph 338 takes on. We had as much economic information as we had with the application, but we've considered that it could not outweigh the damage that it was doing to the Category A listed building.
See, how could you possibly know that, Mr. Robb? How could you conceivably know that when you didn't have information in relation to the economic issues which the council had?
Well, I think that's why we're here. I mean, we have decided that we think that the damage to the Category A listed building and its setting is so significant that there should not be an economic argument that it could go ahead.
I see.
We're saying that there are schemes that have less impact available.
So we're now getting to the heart of the matter, Mr. Robb. Is it your position that the damage is so sufficient, so large, that no economic advantage could outweigh that presumption? Is that really your position?
If I take you to paragraph 3.47, I could go through the tests. There are four
going to do all
considerations.
of that later. Have no fear, I'm going to do all of that later in detail.
Well, it's important to say now, Mr. Steele, there are four considerations in whether, I'll just read it out, where a proposal involves alteration or adaptation which will have an adverse or significantly adverse impact on the special interest of the building, planning authorities in reaching decisions should consider carefully. Now, we have four considerations there. A is the relative importance of the special interest of the building. I think we would say in this case, and not in every case, we deal with applications for the alteration of a wide variety of listed buildings, but we would say that this one, and I think you agreed yourself, was one of the most important in Scotland. So that is a very high part of that consideration in Test A. The B, the scale of the impact on the proposals on that special interest. Again, there is a huge impact on the historic building. Both individual extensions are larger in footprint and higher than the listed building. So that's a very high consideration. C is the one that we are no doubt going to discuss later on, whether there are other options which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interest. And I think our view on that is that, yes, there are, and we're not just saying it's the music school, we're saying that we believe that there would, out there in the market, be other schemes that could come and do something with this building with less impact. And then D is the fourth part of this consideration, which is the one that you've mentioned, which is the significant benefits for economic growth. which justify a departure from the presumption set out in paragraph 3.38, which is the one on page 30.
Well, I have no fear, Mr. Robb. I do understand some of that. Can we please just get back to my question, however? So far as economic issues are concerned, do you accept that you had limited information?
We had the information that came with the application.
I understand that, but do you understand there is much more information which is confidential and is held by the Council? Do you accept that?
I would accept that if you're telling me that, yes.
And are you saying that no matter what the economic advantages are of the proposal, you would still be implacably opposed to this proposal?
I think when we've balanced up these four considerations in paragraph 3.47, yes, we have taken forward the objection in the knowledge that there will be benefits to economic growth or the wider community or public benefit.
Sirs, I hesitate to interrupt, but I have a slight concern here that there seem to be two relevant economic issues. One is the viability of the proposal, and the other is the impact. And what we seem to be looking at here is to do with impact, which will be the session 2. Now, that's not the point I'm trying to make, but there's a reference being made to confidential information in the hands of the Council, and I don't know what it was, but I'm not aware, and I can't think of a reason why, any information about economic impact as opposed to viability should be confidential. If my learned friend is aware that there was confidential information bearing on impact, then I'd have no problem. But I'm aware that there is that distinction, and it may be that the witness is being put at a disadvantage.
Mr. Steele.
Well, sir, I'm certainly aware that there's a significant amount of economic information and documentation with the Council, and it was my understanding that it covered all aspects of the situation. If I'm wrong, then I'll be corrected. I can take the matter briefly, sir, because the Council's witnesses have given well, just perhaps a note that's just been passed to me, which I think addresses my learned friend's question directly. The only viability assessment was indeed confidential, if that assists but in any event, sir, we have got evidence from the Council witness, Ms Parks, that the advantages would be on a city, regional and national basis, and she was quite clear about that, both in writing and verbally.
Sir, just following on from that exchange, I think I ought to raise an additional concern. If Mr Steele is saying that there was economic information on the impact that ought to have been taken into account, I think it's fair to the witness to be clear as to what that information consisted of. Clearly, if it was confidential, then he wouldn't have had access to it. But it may be, for example, that there's a section or chapter in the environmental statement, which obviously is intended to report on likely significant effects, and sometimes that includes significant tourism or economic-related benefits. So if the lines to be pursued any further, I'd be confirm what it is exactly that Mr Robb has apparently neglected to have regard to.
Yes, that would be helpful.
So I'm not suggesting that Mr Robb has neglected anything. What I'm suggesting is that there's information that is confidential between the Council and my clients of an economic nature which would touch on these issues.
And not been available to Mr Robb.
And hasn't been available to Mr Robb. Therefore, the only point is this: in these circumstances, I suggest he could not take a fully informed decision on the matter. Or, fully informed judgment could not be made. That's the point. Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure quite whether you're intending to take this any further. Obviously, you can't get very far if the witness hasn't had the information on which he was going to take it.
I don't intend to take this any further. There's a directly related point in this document that I'd now like to put to the witness, sir.
Okay, so there we go.
Could we turn to page 35, Mr. Robb?
Yes.
Sorry, which document are you on now?
The committee, the consultation response, which is CD 356, page 35. And can I just, if I may, Mr. Robb, to save time, I'm going to read you out the relevant paragraph and then ask you a couple of questions about. Then there is the question raised in the applicant's planning statement on whether the test for demolition of the listed buildings has indeed been satisfied. We do not support the proposed hotel development and have objected to planning permission being granted. If, and this is the important point, if planning permission for the scheme is not acceptable, then it follows the substantial benefits put forward through demolition of the listed building would not be achievable. This would suggest that listed building consent for demolition should not be granted for the building's loss, unless a scheme for the wider site is considered acceptable. Now, what I suggest to you, Mr. Robb, is that is putting the matter Humpty Dumpty style upside down. And you've applied the test and misunderstood the entire provision of the test. Now, let me explain a little bit more. If there are disadvantages of the proposal, of whatever type, they may surely be outweighed by the economic advantages. Is that not the intention of HESPs, which we will look at in detail presently?
This test is specifically for the demolition of a listed building. And in the demolition tests, in order to achieve the significant benefits that is argued for the scheme, again, which will be in the second session, you have to have a scheme that can go forward. It's fairly plain that you cannot achieve the benefits from your hotel if it is unacceptable, if it hasn't been granted permission, the planning permission element. Now, this demolition test is for listed building consent. So if you had a listed building in the middle of a field and it was demolished, there would really be nothing to stop planning permission going ahead for the new development. It would be something that would be tied together. But because this scheme relies on the demolition of listed buildings in order to achieve the significant economic or public wider benefits, if you cannot build the scheme, then you cannot get the benefits. That's what I'm trying to say there.
I know exactly what you're trying to say, Mr. Robb. To put it another way, if you do not like the scheme and therefore deem it unacceptable, you will ignore the economic advantages. Is that not another way of putting this?
No, I mean, I hope I've made it clear that in looking through the considerations at paragraph 3.47, that is one of the considerations. We freely accept that there will be benefits to this scheme, economic benefits, and you would say the wider public benefits for access to the building, but we do not think they outweigh the presumption, and it's a strong presumption in HESPs, to not adversely affect a listed building.
Well, can you just then explain this, please? If planning permission for the scheme is not acceptable, then it follows that the substantial benefits put forward through demolition of the listed building would not be achievable. Now, what exactly do you mean by stating that?
If planning permission for the scheme is not granted, we could have instead of acceptable, then it follows the substantial benefits put forward through the demolition of the listed buildings would not be achievable. It's what I said. You can't get the benefits if the planning permission for the new development is not approved.
The next point is this. Can we go to page 29 of your report, bottom paragraph C?
Is this the same document?
Yes. It's your consultation report.
Consultation.
And you say this point is key. So this is clearly an important point to you. Is that correct?
3.47C, yes.
And do you there go on to rely upon the existence of the trust scheme and it having consent?
We have put that out there as an example of a scheme that has less impact. I believe there would be more should the building be marketed again.
Right. Well, it's a bit more than that, isn't it, Mr. Robb? Because you say in many cases the investigation of options can be left to the market, but in this case we do not need to speculate whether an alternative scheme exists. The Trust has got consent and is, you understand, fully funded.
Yes.
And you have relied on the existence of that scheme in reaching your judgment on these matters.
No, I think in fact we say elsewhere in our document that even if this scheme hadn't existed, we could not support this scheme, such as the damage that it would cause to one of Scotland's most important listed buildings.
What you actually then go on to say, Mr. Robb, is this: we do not rest on the fact that a particular alternative scheme has been granted permission. However, by the fact of the scheme's existence, we are forced to conclude that there may be other options for the Hamilton building which could be fully explored to secure its repair and beneficial reuse with less impact on a special interest in setting. That's what you say, isn't it?
Yes.
So you have relied not only on the trust scheme, but on, as you say, there may be other options which could be fully explored. You've relied on that as well.
What we are saying is that we believe there are schemes out there which could go forward for this building that would involve less harm than your client's scheme. At the very beginning of this process, your client said that this was the only use for this building. It was the only viable economic use to bring it back into his scheme for the 147-bedroom hotel. What we are saying is that we believe there would be less harmful schemes out there, and the music school is a material consideration because it has both planning permission and listed building consent.
That's very helpful. You say that the music school is a material consideration.
The council said it was a material consideration.
I'm asking you what you say, Mr. Robb.
It has to be considered because our argument is that we feel there are schemes of less impact out there.
So, firstly, do you say that the music school is a material consideration? And secondly, do you say that there are other schemes out there in the ether somewhere that may also be material considerations? Is that the position?
The council subcommittee believed, considered that this was a material consideration.
I'm not asking you about the council. You don't represent the council. I'm asking your professional opinion on behalf of HES. What is your position?
My position is that this scheme is unacceptable, even if the music school didn't exist.
Mr. Robb, I know you're keen to say that, but we're on a different topic altogether. Please, let's try and finish sometime this week. Now, are you saying that the music school is a material consideration in this matter, yes or no?
Only in so much as it answers what paragraph 3.47c, that there are other options.
And do you say that in addition to the music school, there are other proposals which should be treated as material considerations?
No,
Yes
we consider that there would be other options for the redevelopment or development of this site that would involve less harm than your client's scheme.
And what weight are the reporters to put on that evidence?
I think that the decision has to be made whether your scheme is acceptable to start off with. I mean, that's why we're here.
I've asked, okay, let me ask you this. What weight do you say the reporters should attach to what you say are other schemes out there somewhere around?
That would be for the reporters to decide, looking through the paragraph 3.47.
Yes, I'm sure they will decide, but what weight do you say they should place on it?
I think it's an important test. Well, it's similar to the English system, where you have a scheme for a building which is seen to be adverse. If there is another scheme which is less adverse, and this is what happened with the Smithfield Market development that your witness Roger Maskell was involved with. If there is a less adverse scheme, then the optimum viable scheme should be given consent, which is the one that causes less harm to the asset. So I think what this test is trying to do is saying, is it likely that there are other schemes out there who could reuse the building, continuing beneficial use, as it says, with less impact on its special interest? And in this case, you take the two before as well, the relative importance of the special interest and the scale of impact.
That helps us understand the way in which you and Historic Scotland have approached this entire matter, doesn't it?
In the fact that we have looked at our own guidance and come to a judgment.
Does that help us to understand, Mr. Robb, the way in which you and Historic Scotland have approached the matter? You believe that there's a white knight out there who's going to solve this entire problem with a scheme that you don't like?
We haven't relied on that. We believe that this scheme is unacceptable in its own right. This is why we have objected to it. If there was no one else out on the horizon, we would still say that this scheme was unacceptable.
Why do you attach so much weight to the trust scheme at pages 29 and 30?
The trust scheme only comes into consideration because your scheme we judge to be adverse on the character and special interest of the listed building. So it only comes in paragraph 3.47c, only in as much as it has planning permission. Normally we're dealing with applications where there isn't another scheme. People don't tend to put in applications for schemes that they don't have a controlling interest in. This is a fairly rare situation where we can say, well, there is another scheme which has consent, so that shows that that there are likely to be other schemes out there that will have less impact on the historic building.
Can we look then, please, at the detail of the test, HESP test, which is document 498 at page 35. And I'd like to go through this with you slowly, Mr. Robb.
Which test is this? Is this 3.47 or 3.48?
Yeah, it's page 35.
They're both on page 35.
Sure, we'll get there in a moment.
Okay. Now, firstly, starting at paragraph 3.45, can we agree, firstly, that a proposal that either protects or enhances special interest should normally be granted consent without further ado?
Yes.
And one doesn't then need to consider 3.46, 3.47 or 3.48?
That's referring to very minor applications which cause no harm.
Well, it doesn't say minor applications. What it actually says, Mr. Robb, is this: where a proposal protects or enhances the special interest of the building, consent should normally be granted. I'll grant you that it gives examples.
Well, the examples, I think, should be read into what it's trying to say. But it's possible you could have a major scheme that doesn't, that protects or enhances.
Yeah, you could do, couldn't you?
Not in this case, but yes, you could.
Well, let's just concentrate. It would be technically possible to have such a major scheme that would protect and enhance.
Yes.
And some might even argue, insofar as the proposal for the main Hamilton building is concerned, the proposal does exactly that.
Well, it would be difficult, as I've said earlier, to separate the hotel wings from the hotel centre.
Well, we'll look at that in a moment. 3.47. This relates to alteration and adaptation, and that applies only where there's an adverse or significantly adverse impact on the special interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
And by way of background to that, could we look, please, at paragraph 3.41, which is in the previous page. Some halfway down, where the application would have a significantly adverse effect on the building's special interests, but is believed to offer significant benefits to the economic growth or the wider community, applicants should prepare a statement which justifies the intervention in relation to these benefits. That's the background to this, isn't it?
Yes. It also says in that paragraph that less intrusive options should be considered.
Absolutely. We're coming to it, Mr. Robb. Don't worry. Have no fear. Right. So far as 3.47a is concerned, there is, I think, no disagreement between us. The relative importance of the special interest of the building.
It's the highest possible, yes.
B, the scale of the impact of the proposals in that special interest, and that will be, I'm not going to debate that with you just now, that will be a matter for judgment and for the reporters to reach a decision about, won't it?
Yes, but you know our view on that.
Certainly know your view very well by now, Mr. Robb. I know it about 20 times in the last couple of hours. Now, so far as C is concerned, let's just take this slowly. Whether there are other options which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interests. And as I put to the witness from the Council, there are two requirements that must be satisfied in that test, are there not?
Well, what it's asking for is whether there are any other options which would reuse the building beneficially with less impact.
Well, let's just look at the English of the matter, Mr. Robb. What do you say would ensure means? Have you checked it in the Oxford English or equivalent?
I did.
And it means make certain, doesn't it?
That is a reading of it. I think in this case...
That is, now, Mr. Robb, that is the definition of it, isn't it? It's not a reading, it is the definition.
Of ensure, yes.
Yes. So we require to be certain that there will be a continuing beneficial use for the building. That's the first thing we need to satisfy ourselves about, isn't it?
Whether there are other viable schemes, yes.
Yes, but we need to be certain about that. That's the word. That's what's said here.
I think it's difficult to ensure anything. I think it would be difficult to ensure that your scheme goes ahead or the music school goes ahead. The planning legislation is very difficult to ensure something happens. You can give consent to something, but then it has to go through the economic and also building warrant and other ones. So I think it's very difficult to ensure, in the strict sense of the word, that any scheme would go ahead. I think it's a difficult word to use. I think.
Well, let's just apply the wording that's here. Would ensure, which means make certain. So we need to be certain that there will be a continuing beneficial use for the building. That's what the reporters have to identify first before they even go on to consider the question of impact, don't they?
In this test,
yes,
but which
that's
is
the position.
One part of four considerations.
Yes, absolutely. Now, what I'd firstly like to ask you is how you can possibly, in these circumstances, suggest that there are other schemes out there somewhere floating around about which we've got no evidence that might conceivably assist us with this matter. And I'm not asking you about the trust at the moment, because I will do in a moment. How can you speculate about other schemes?
I think just from a knowledge of working in the historic environment in Edinburgh, and from hearing what planning consultants and developers have to say about this site.
Can you... so you're now giving us hearsay from the pub or equivalent, is that right?
I didn't say I'd quote them, but there's genuinely an interest in taking this building on if it comes on the market again.
Yeah. You know that there was a competition, you know that there were 50-odd applicants, and you know that one of my clients won it after full scrutiny by the council.
Yes, but we weren't involved in that, and I don't believe the decision was made on planning grounds alone.
Quite improper to make it on planning grounds alone, wouldn't it? There's a whole range of considerations to be taken into account, including economic, to make sure the damn thing works and stays open. That would be important as well, wouldn't it?
Well, I think it's important to look at whether planning would support a building like that. And also, we were a statutory consultee at the time, and we didn't have a say in the eventual winner.
I see. Are we now getting to the crux of the matter? Is the nose of Historic Environmental Scotland out of joint because it wasn't involved in that process?
Certainly not. We were contacted by, I think, at least 3 of the architects, including Gareth Hoskins, who showed us their schemes before the project went ahead.
To some extent, you were involved in that case.
Not via the council. That was the individual architect saying, you're likely to have a role in this process. Would you like to see our bidding schemes?
Well, regardless of that, Mr. Robb, the simple fact of the matter is the plain English of this is beyond doubt, and that we require to be certain that there will be a continuing beneficial use.
I think
that's correct, isn't it?
That may be for the reporters to decide. Our view is that is whether we would consider there are other options that would involve less harm.
But are you not going to apply the plain English of the matter, Mr. Robb?
I don't think in any planning consideration you can ensure something goes ahead.
Yeah. Well, one thing we can ensure here, Mr. Robb, is that the Trust, who have got no legal interest whatever in the site, cannot, for a period of time which will shortly be specified, possibly go ahead. They cannot, at this moment in time, proceed, can they?
I don't think the contractual arrangement is a material consideration in our assessment of the application. I don't know when your end stop of your contract, what sort of other considerations there are. But what this test is asking is there a viable, less impactful option out there? And the answer to that is yes.
Well, Mr. Robb, if I may say so, be very careful, because you need to satisfy this test, be certain that there is such a use. And in circumstances where the site is legally tied up to my client, how can you possibly be certain that any other proposal is going to proceed?
Again, sir, that raises the very issue which I raised at the end of last week about what Mr. Steele means by tied up. I have significant reservations about this line being put to the witness, for obvious reasons, sir.
Noted, and I remember what you were saying the other day, but I did want to hear some more about this and try and get to the bottom of it in my own mind, so we'll carry on for a minute.
I agreed, sir, but it's difficult to get to the bottom of it in this present circumstances.
See how we get on.
Fine.
Thank you, sir. The factual position is this. There is a legally binding contract between the landowner, City of Edinburgh Council, and my clients, of which you're fully aware, Mr. Robb, aren't you? I'm
aware there is a contract, yes.
You are clearly not aware of the precise terms because they're commercially confidential.
Yes, they've been redacted.
But at this moment in time, you know that site, because you've been told that, is under contract to my clients. They have got exclusive rights to the property.
That's my understanding, yes.
And in these circumstances, as we sit here today, we cannot possibly be certain that the Trust can proceed. Can we?
Well, I think really that's the basis of why we're here. Presumably they can only proceed if your client's contract comes to an end for whatever reason.
Yes. Well, that perhaps answers the question for me in a roundabout sort of fashion. Do you therefore accept that here today, during the course of this inquiry, we can be certain that the Trust cannot proceed?
I object to that question, sir. We cannot have questions of that nature which are designed to provide absolute certainty in the way that was put to the Council's witnesses in circumstances where the relevant witnesses are not legally qualified and have not had access to the contractual documentation, and in particular in circumstances where parties who don't have access to that information have requested clarity from the appellant and from the Council. So I object to this line of questioning. If it's to be taken at all, it will have to be done under reservation of relevancy and competency. But I put a marker down, sir, that I object to any further questioning on which is designed to try and give the impression of certainty.
Well, I can well understand my learned friend in Historic Scotland's discomfiture about this matter, sir. But the fact of the matter is this: it is central to certain issues, and the witness has already accepted very fairly and very properly that he knows that at the moment the site is under contract to my clients. And if that is the case, it follows as night follows day that the Trust at this moment in time can have no possible legal ability to access the site, and therefore we can be certain of that. That's a simple matter, and I really don't understand what the exception has been taken about that, other than a difficulty for their case.
Sir, this raises the issue that I've raised, and it's raised in the representation to Scottish ministers on behalf of those I act for, which is CD 585, which was November 2017. And we raised it in paragraphs 43, 39 onwards, specifically relating to the identity of the appellants, and paragraph 45. And so I feel that I have to concur in Mr Mackay's objection, because this issue has been raised now for nearly a year on behalf of those acting and still hasn't been resolved, as far as I can see. So I'm concerned about this, and I think that's probably something I should put a marker down at this point, because we need to know what the certainty is before we go any further.
Sorry, just remind me, what is it that you were looking for in terms of information?
So if you look at CD 585, I raise an issue which is entitled the value of covenants or commitments. And in the process of that explanation, I, broadly speaking, explain that I see a disconnect between the appellants and those who will ultimately deliver the project, Rosewood. I've touched on the matter last week, and I'm being careful of how far I go. I've raised it with Mr Steele, but I am concerned that there is an issue about who the appellants are, because the applications are in the name of two companies. The title appears to be held in the name of a third company.
Yes, I remember that now.
And earlier in the inquiry, Mr Steele has referred to these people who have the right to the site as the appellants, and now to his clients. Now, I'm sure they're the same people. That would be what we would expect. But I still have a lack of clarity about who is it who controls the site. If we're going to take assertions that there is a long stop, I'm looking forward to that, then we need to have clarity about how this all works together. It may be a perfectly normal commercial transaction of no interest to the reporters. But the fact that somebody has some control over some period of time is beginning to get important. And I suspect this is a moment when it's beginning to get important. And I wonder whether we should stop matters until this can be clarified.
What I'm not sure about is why it matters who it is. As long as we're accepting that somebody has control of the site, does it matter who it is?
Certainly on the weight, because just to take one small example, let's imagine that you were impressed by a particular document produced by an organisation where no witness had spoken to it. We've had no controlling interest give evidence. So no one here other than a professional engaged by the appellants has given evidence. And that must be relevant to the amount of weight you can give to promises. In other inquiries, developers have turned up and have provided a witness from their controlling entity. And in many cases, very impressive in their ability to justify what they wish to do. That hasn't happened here. And that's the point I want to make in submission. Ultimately, Mr Steele knows that. But at the moment, we have a lack of clarity about who it is, in a sense, I'm criticising for not turning up.
Okay, well, what we're going to do now is take a short break, partly because my brain's starting to ache. So I shouldn't really say that. Well, we're due a break anyway. This might be a convenient moment, and then when we come back, we'll see if we can take this any further forward and get back to the cross-examination. So 3:15 then, please. Give you our position in relation to what we were talking about before the break. It's not quite clear to us what the relevance of the identity of the applicant is, and we think that's probably just a matter for submissions unless we're given additional information. Secondly, we were led to believe there might be some joint statement between the council and the appellant as to the nature of the contract on the site, and if that becomes available, then that's something we can take into account, something we consider at the time. In the meantime, Mr Robb's here to answer questions under cross-examination, and he should do so based on the knowledge he has now.
I'm very grateful, sir.
And if he can't answer, then he can't answer.
Thank you, sir. Just to confirm in relation to the joint statement, matters are moving ahead, whether rapidly or not, I'm not too sure, but others are dealing with it, and I think that the joint statement will be with you as soon as possible. unlikely to be today, but during the next few days, I imagine.
Do you have any advice on that, Mr. Thompson? Do you have any advice on that?
Just the same. It's being progressed as quickly as possible, but it's likely to be days rather than hours.
All right, thank you. In that case, please carry on, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Robb. Let's see if we can wrap this issue up this way. Would ensure means, in the proper use of the English language, make certain.
Ensure would mean that.
Therefore, we, or the decision makers, need to be certain that there would be a continuing beneficial use for the building. That would be their first consideration.
I think this point is really. I think the contractual arrangement is irrelevant in this test. I don't think it's a material consideration. I think this test is saying whether there are other options out there. There happens to be one with consent, which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building, with less impact on its special. I think it's as simple as that. That it is saying, are there other schemes that are less harmful? And these schemes would presumably have to be viable. That's certainly the way.
And we would need to be certain that they would deliver, wouldn't we? That's the whole point of the test.
They need to be viable.
Well, we need to be certain that they can deliver. And one of the issues of delivery may be viability. We need to be certain. That's the whole point of this, isn't it? We don't want somebody suggesting that a man down the pub told me he wanted to build on the site, because that wouldn't be very helpful at all, would it? And if that's the case, we'll never, ever meet the test.
I think you would have to have some credibility about other offers, yes. But I mean, again, I think we are entitled to take a view that we believe there would be less harmful options for this building out there. And certainly the fact that one has come forward would suggest that there would be others.
Well, Mr. Robb, that's, if I may say so, fanciful in the extreme. There's one other proposal that has come forward from one of the richest people in the world. Do you really think that's likely to be duplicated by somebody else? Or is that pure and utter speculation by you?
Well, in a sense, it doesn't matter, because they're there. The test can't be met if there is a viable option which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact. So we don't need to consider others, but that would normally be the reading of that test.
Well, that may be how you'd like to read it, Mr. Robb, but the simple fact of the matter is that would ensure means make certain, and that is the test. That's the simple start of the matter and the end of the matter, isn't it?
I think how you assess the options would be another consideration. But yes, ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interest. That's what
and the second limb, if you pass the first hurdle at all, is to consider whether there is or is not less impact.
Yes.
Let's then look at D, please. We'll look at less impact later, but let's look at D, whether there are significant benefits for economic growth which would justify the departure from the presumption set out above in 338, which is a presumption against, is that correct?
Sorry, a presumption against adversely affecting the special interest of a listed building.
It's the presumption set out in paragraph 338.
Yes.
And even if there are even if the presumption applies at 338, nevertheless, economic issues can outweigh that. Is that correct?
Well, I think that 3.47 is for individual considerations. I don't think it's not like the following paragraph 3.48 where you need to meet one test. This is really weighing up 4 different considerations in reaching a decision. And I think if you want me to go through them again, I think.
Well, I don't want you to go through them again, Mr. Robb.
Got your answer from earlier, anyway.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Robb, let's look at the question I am asking you, rather than the one you'd prefer to answer. D. Can we look at D, please?
Yes.
Now, can we agree that significant benefits for economic growth may outweigh the presumption set out in 338 above?
I think it says which justify a departure from the presumption.
Yeah, well, I can read you the whole thing if you want. I'm trying to save time, Mr. Robb. Let's please make progress. That's the import of it, isn't it?
Yes.
And what actually is said at 347 is that planning authorities, which in this case is firstly the reporters and then the ministers, have to carefully consider factors A to D.
Yes.
And they will have to weigh these factors in the balance. It's not an either-or situation. They have to consider all four factors.
I would agree with that, yes.
And it may even be that the economic benefits, hypothetically, the economic benefits may be sufficient to outweigh the other issues in 347. May they not? That would be a matter for the decision maker.
It would be a matter for the reporters and Scottish ministers, yes.
And as I understand it, Historic Environment Scotland are not, and never have been in relation to our application, a planning authority.
We are not the planning authority. We are a
and therefore it is not
consultee.
for you, Historic Environment Scotland, to determine whether, in terms of D, the significant benefits outweigh the presumption in 3.38, is it? Because that's for the planning authority.
We don't determine applications. We are giving our best guidance to the local authority in order for them to make the decision.
And may I suggest that it was even less appropriate for you to make the consultation response that you did when you did not have any proper economic advice or evidence in relation to the growth?
We had the information before us from the application. I can't create new information. I can only go on what I have.
Yes. That is why what you should have done is said it's a matter for the planning authority to determine whether, from the information they have got and the Economic Development Department, whether that would be sufficient to outweigh the presumption. That's what you should have done, isn't it?
That's what I did do for the individual demolition tests, which follow at 3.48.
Yes, but we're not at that yet, Mr. Robb. You did not do that for 3.47D, did you?
That's because that is a wider test. That concerns the impact on the Category A listed Hamilton building as well.
Mr. Robb, let me put it to you again. What you should have done is leave this to the Council as planning authority to determine whether, with the benefit of advice from their economists, and with the information they had, the economic issues were sufficient to outweigh any presumption. That's what you should have done, rather than wade into that in the way that you did.
I'm quite happy with what I've said in my consultation response.
Yes. And even with the benefit of hindsight, would you not be prepared to admit that you may have made an error of judgment?
No.
I assume you don't make many errors of judgment, Mr. Robb.
I think
unlike me.
Unlike yourself, no.
348. In relation to demolition. Again, this is an issue for the planning authority, isn't it? It is for them to approve, determine and make a decision.
All applications for listed building consent or planning permission are for the local authority to determine. We are a statutory consultee. We give our advice. Now, we give it, since we became Historic Environment Scotland, we give it at the beginning of the process for listed building consent. That's the real difference between the two organisations. And they make the application, the determination of the application based on the advice that they have done themselves, their own policies and our policies as well, which are material considerations.
I think we understand that, Mr. Robb. That's now, these are either-ors, aren't they? These are all options.
They are, yes.
One would only have to satisfy one.
Yes. What we normally ask is for one to be satisfied properly rather than trying to meet all four.
We've heard evidence from the Council, and I can take you to it if necessary. What is your position in relation to A? Which of these buildings do you say would benefit the setting of the building by being demolished?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
I'm so sorry. That's yet another mistake of mine, you see, Mr. Robb. Poor question. Now, in relation to A, that says the building is not of special interest, you heard the council who accepted, depending on which witness you listened to, either 2 or 3 buildings could properly be demolished in terms of that test. Did you hear that? Did you understand that?
I believe the 2 buildings that are not considered to be are not considered in our statutory address, the luncheon block and the later classroom block, were decided that they could go forward with demolition on that test.
So, is it your position that you accept that these 2 buildings can proceed for demolition on the basis of A?
If an application came in on that basis, yes. I think at that point it would probably be useful for us to revise, to look at the list description again, which again we've noted in the process hasn't been done, hasn't been asked. We haven't been asked to do it.
We don't require to ask you to look at the listing process. We can simply apply, as we have done, for consent, can't we?
You can do that, but it's often easier if you have issues with the list description, and we've dealt with Mr. Wright over many years. We had a very similar issue at the Registers development, which is just in St Andrews Square, the Chris Stewart development, where there was a building which Mr. Wright found additional information on, and we actually asked him to ask us to resurvey the site, which we can do if all parties agree during the process. We don't tend to jump in and do it because...
Mr. Robb, that wasn't asked for here, was it? So this is not relevant, is it?
It's relevant in terms of the process because Mr. Wright had suggested that our listing of the buildings is incorrect.
Well, I think we know what Mr. Wright said. The simple fact is we haven't asked for delisting or revisiting of it, have we?
You haven't, no.
So let's concentrate on this case, which is quite complicated enough, Mr. Robb. Now, so far as C is concerned, this will involve a judgment to be made by the planning authority, namely the reporters and ministers, as to whether the economic benefits are sufficient. Will it not?
At this stage, yes.
Yes. And in that regard, they will weigh, no doubt in the balance, the evidence that they have from us, yet to come, the evidence that they've had from the council, and more yet to come, will they not?
It would be for the reporters, but yes, I would consider they would look at all the information that's available.
And you, Historic Environment Scotland, do not lead any economic evidence at all in session 2, as I understand it.
We don't.
Therefore, you cannot say whether the evidence will be sufficient or insufficient in relation to session 2.
We can't say on. We haven't gone into the economics.
And so far as D is concerned, we've already taken the second limb of D, but whether the economic viability is an issue in D, that's the first limb, if you like. That's again for the second session, and you're not participating in that.
That test is a demolition test. I don't think you could say that you have marketed. The building wasn't marketed on the back of buildings being demolished. It was marketed in a different way. That is a very specific test, which is basically saying to someone, I can't do anything with this building, so I'm going to market it to see whether someone else can do anything, an alternative to demolition.
I don't want to go over all the evidence again that we'd heard before, but that's exactly what Edinburgh Council did many years ago. Is it 10 years ago? I've got the advert somewhere near me. That is precisely what they did, isn't it? They marketed the site.
That marketing regime is specifically attached to listed buildings. It's a specific marketing procedure for someone, a restoring purchaser, to come forward and take a building that is that the applicant believes they can do nothing with. It's not a general marketing of a site. It's a specific marketing to demolish a listed building.
Where do these words appear that you've just told us about, Mr. Robb? Do we not simply read the words that are in front of us in this test and
that's the
apply
test.
that?
That's the test.
Yeah. And it is the repair of the building is not economically viable and has been marketed at a price reflecting its location, etc., etc. That's
yes,
the test.
It's a two-part test.
Yeah.
First, you have to show that it's economically unviable to keep the listed building, or that you need to demolish it in order to achieve a viable scheme. And once you've made that test, normally we call that the conservation deficit. If there is a conservation deficit, then you market the building at a price reflecting its condition and its location. And it's normally a low price because you're basically saying we can do nothing with the building. And it goes on the market normally for a period of 6 months. And if no one comes forward, then the test is met. Often people do come forward. And if I can just, because you can almost see it, the former cinema around the corner went through that very test. It was put on the market when it failed, when it ceased to be a bingo hall about 10 years ago, and it's now, well, it's been a thriving church ever since. The applicants felt it wasn't viable to do anything with it, but the market found otherwise. That's what that test is there for.
Yeah. Well, are we not going to lead, and I don't want to go into the detail of it, evidence at session 2 that we required to demolish these 3 buildings to make our scheme economically viable? Is that not the whole thrust of one of our arguments?
That's not that test. And you haven't marketed it on that test. I think that's the point I'm trying to make. It's been marketed as a site, but it hasn't been marketed with the specifics of demolishing listed buildings.
Well, allow the decision makers to make up their mind about that in due course. Can we go to document CD 383?
I have it, yes.
And did I or we understand you before lunch to indicate that you were in some way consulted, or HES was in some way consulted in relation to this document prior to issue?
I took part in the meetings along with Andrew Wright. It's not badged as a joint document between the council and ourselves, but yes, I was involved in it, and certainly some of it comes from discussions we've had previously, certainly at the workshop sessions at Duddingston House. I think it was my colleague Andrew Martindale who suggested the pavilion in the West playground, which seems to have come through in this document.
And does it follow, therefore, that this has the approval, or had the approval of HES to some extent before it was issued?
It's a council document. We discussed it. I think we were happy with the broad principles of it, but we haven't signed up to it. So it's essentially, as it says, it's pre-application advice by the council.
But you were happy with the broad principles?
The broad principles, I think that there are some elements of it that I wouldn't be 100% behind, but I think the broad principles to try and start up the process, to try and achieve something on the site. I think there was by this stage we were quite everyone was really keen to try and find a solution to what had been going on for several years by this stage.
Too long, some may say, Mr. Robb. Far too long. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, therefore, that means that you, Blake HES, accept development on the east side of the main Hamilton building to the extent that we see there in the drawing at the back of this document, as I now understand the position.
I think we are generally content with a development in that position. I think from the discussion that we've all had, perhaps we wouldn't want it to go in front of the Belvedere, but I think we've always seen the eastern side of the site as available for the larger part of the development.
Okay, well that's helpful. We're beginning to make some positive progress, Mr. Robb. And can we also agree that it is better in the way that we have done to pull the development back from the northern boundary, that is the Belvedere and the retaining wall, and we pulled that back a number of metres, the precise figure I've got not far away again, but that's better than what's shown here?
No. We've always felt that the best position for development is against the northern retaining wall. And I think that's that's really to try and retain the approaches to the building.
Well, as I understood it, you said that you wanted it pulled back from the Belvedere. Is that correct?
I think I said that in the context of the discussion that we've been having over the last few weeks.
So that would involve pulling it back at the northeast corner from the Belvedere.
I think that may be something that is decided to do. I mean, what is on that diagram wouldn't worsen the situation specifically, but it may be seen as a benefit to restore or to remove the Belvedere from its current situation.
And do you not see that there might be a benefit to exposing the northern retaining wall rather than having building hard up against it, as is shown in this diagram?
I think as my rebuttal recognition mentions, I think we genuinely believe that the retaining wall is a very secondary element of Hamilton's scheme. And obviously I've put down why I believe that.
That may be the case, Mr. Robb. Secondary or not, it would be better to have the built development set back from the retaining wall, would it not?
That's not what we've advised in the past.
Well, now that you've heard the research from Mr. Wright and considered his evidence in the matter, is it not perfectly plain that there would be an advantage to pulling that building line back from the retaining wall?
I think the problem with that is it would make any building on the site more visible and actually closer to the Hamilton building. If we look at the the classroom block that's behind the lodge, the lodge itself was placed against that retaining wall in order to retain the views that Hamilton intended of the western facade of the building, which, as I've said in my rebuttal recognition, have been specifically designed at a higher quality of architecture and stone treatment.
Can you explain this, Mr. Robb? How, by moving the building line back from hard up against the retaining wall, a number of metres in a southeasterly direction, we necessarily go closer to the Hamilton building? I'm merely suggesting to you that we pull the building line back from the retaining wall.
I think it would be dependent on any scheme that would come forward, but we haven't seen that as something that we've considered vital to any scheme.
Well, never mind the we, and I'm not suggesting it's vital. Mr. Robb, do you not professionally accept that there would be an advantage to having the building some metres back from the retaining wall?
Well, it depends, because if you're taking it off the retaining wall, you're necessarily, if you're moving an envelope of development, you would be moving it forward.
No, we're not necessarily doing that at all, Mr. Robb. Could you please just answer the question? Do you accept that it would be appropriate to bring the building line back from the retaining wall by a number of metres? Yes or no?
Well, you have a building there at the moment. I think, first of all, we have to justify the demolition of that building. That building has been built up against the retaining wall since 1885, and there was a building even before that, before 1850 on that site, or at least some form of temporary building. It wouldn't worsen the scheme if it was pulled away from the wall, but it's not something that we would insist upon or even recommend.
Mr. Robb, I'm not suggesting...
If it means the building can be kept.
Mr. Robb, I'm not suggesting you would insist upon it at all. Is it not obvious that that would be an advantage to some extent?
Sir, just before this line's pursued further, it seems to me that the question is being put in the abstract. If there's a hypothesis that there could be another scheme, another hotel scheme, which would come away from the retaining wall without impinging upon the issue Mr. Robb's already referenced in his evidence, i.e. bringing built form closer to the Hamilton building, then that's a hypothesis that could be explored in evidence. But simply to put the point in the abstract, it seems to me to forget about the actual schemes which you're being asked to consider and report upon, which of course do that.
Yes, but it's asking about the value of the retaining wall. I think that's where we're coming from.
And I understand that Mr. Steele may well want to explore that, but in my respectful submission, he ought to be doing so in relation to an actual proposal that's before you, sir, rather than some hypothesis that we're not clear about.
Well, we're well aware of the status of the document in front of us and the context he's putting it in. But
I'm grateful, sir. Thank you.
If I continue, I think it would be difficult because we have in the past asked that development is set far back on the site against the wall.
Well, Mr. Rob, occasionally people, in the light of new information, change their mind or modify their positions in light of better information or in light of hindsight. Is it not perfectly obvious that it would be better if that building line was set slightly further back? Is that not perfectly obvious?
Not really. I think the only new information we have is the fact that the Belvedere is there.
Let's just ignore whether it's new information or not. Is it not perfectly obvious?
Well, you just mentioned new information.
Right. Mr. Rob, is there a test that one has to have regard to the desirability of protecting the setting of a listed building?
Yes.
Is that an A-listed structure, the wall?
All the boundary walls are A-listed, yes.
So the answer is yes. What better protects the setting of the wall, building hard up against it at several stories in height, as may be suggested here, or protecting the setting by moving the building line back? Which better protects the setting?
Well, it depends. If you look at what the hotel is planning to do, and I think it's CD121. I don't know if we can have time to have a quick look at that.
No, I'm asking you a perfectly straightforward question. I haven't even mentioned the word hotel, Mr. Rob. I've asked you what would better protect the setting of an A-listed wall, building hard up against it or setting a building line back by a number of metres?
The wall is not listed on its own. If that was the only remaining element on the site, then we would be looking at the setting of that. But we are having to look at the setting of the site in the round, and the principal building is the Hamilton building. That is the major building that we are hoping to protect in terms of setting.
Mr. Rob, please let me ask you the question again. I haven't mentioned hotel, I haven't mentioned the Hamilton building. Which would better protect the setting of an A-listed wall, building hard up against it, or by setting a building line back a number of metres? It must be a simple answer, surely.
An A-listed wall, just anywhere. You would normally not build up against a wall if that was the only A-listed building on the site. But we have a site with the central building is the Hamilton building, and I think, as I've said in my rebuttal precognition, we view the retaining wall and the Belvedere Folly, the retaining wall certainly as a secondary element in the scheme.
Can you please answer the question? Which would be the better situation? Building hard up against an A-listed wall or setting a building line back by several metres?
In a hypothetical situation, the latter.
So why did I have to ask you that question 6 or 7 or 8 times to get that answer, Mr. Rob? We could have saved 10 or 15 minutes.
I think it is the way you asked the question.
It was.
We're having to look at individual schemes here.
Now, if we look at the southeastern elevation, that has a building line pretty close to the southeastern A-listed wall as well, doesn't it?
Sorry, are we still looking at the potential height diagram?
Yes.
And it's the southeastern building?
Southeastern A retaining wall.
Yes.
And the building line is pretty close to that, as shown on this diagram.
Yes.
And can we agree that the same consideration should apply, that it would be better to have the building line back from that listed wall as well?
Well, yes, but if I can bring you to, I think it was CD121 that I was wanting to have a look at earlier, because we are discussing your scheme here rather than a fictional scheme.
I realise what you're trying to do, but I'm simply asking the questions at this moment. I'll be building up the picture shortly.
I think
so, can we, Mr. Rob, can we agree that it would be better to have the building line back on the southeastern elevation as well?
Not necessarily. That is a sort of rubble retaining wall in that position. If we can, I know that you don't want me to go off on a tangent here, but I think this is germane to what we're talking about. At CD121, the lower drawing shows a section through your hotel scheme, which shows the southern boundary wall.
I haven't
If you'll just indulge me, Mr. Steele, I think this is useful for discussion about the southern wall.
I think we'd like to see that. Just get that drawing out. Let's have a quick look at it. 121, did you say?
It's the lower drawing section in 121.
Sections, okay.
That shows, in your scheme, a large basement, and it does go down a metre or so in other parts of the section. I would say about a metre and a half from that retaining wall. I don't think, I'm not a structural engineer before you ask, but I don't think it would be actually physically possible for you to retain the southern retaining wall, which I think you've mentioned to several witnesses so far, with your development. And I think you would have to accept that that wall would have to come down in your development.
Mr. Robb, how close does the truss scheme go to that retaining wall?
It goes right behind the retaining wall.
It's hard up against it, isn't it?
Yes.
Do I take it from that there's an acceptance that the truss scheme would require to demolish that wall?
Well, if you look at the section, again, you'll see the dotted line. That's the building that's against that wall already. So the wall isn't actually visible at the moment. It's behind the luncheon block. Your drawings and the truss drawings both show the wall being retained, but I think in both cases there would probably have to be some significant alteration. Certainly in the hotel scheme, you could not build a basement within 2 metres off it.
Just so I can understand it, Mr. Robb, we stand off that retaining wall by a metre and a half. Is that correct?
I would have to. I've got my scale rule if you want me to measure it, but it looks about that to me.
Yeah. And you said we would have to demolish that retaining wall.
I don't think it would be structurally possible to build a basement and it goes down deeper than that's shown in that section without losing that.
Yeah. And the truss scheme goes hard up against the wall, which must be a metre and a half closer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, what do you say about their requirement to demolish that wall?
It's not shown on the drawings, but I would be, if I was told that they would have to be demolished and rebuilt, then I would believe that.
Well, do you say they will have to demolish the wall or not, Mr.
Well, I don't. It's not up to me to say that.
Well, Mr. Robb, you've just said that in relation to our scheme. Did you not just say that our basement was a metre and a half away? I'm not a structural engineer, but I think you're going to have to demolish the wall. Or words to that effect? You did?
Yes. They aren't building a basement in that location, but I suspect that if you were building against a rubble wall with very limited foundations, then it would probably have to be substantially reconstructed.
Mr. Robb, what goes above, in the trust scheme, what goes above at that level? They have got accommodation and they have also got a concrete deck of a playground with some very considerable weight, do they not?
Yes, it might be useful to go to the drawings if you want me to look in more detail.
If you have to, I can remember them, Mr. Robb. Does it not perfectly well? Is it not perfectly obvious if they're building hard up against that wall that whatever foundations they will require will be significant? And if we require to demolish the wall, as you put it, standing off a metre, all the more reason the trust will have to demolish that wall. Is that not a fair way of looking at this, Mr. Robb?
If you ask me my professional opinion, I would say yes, they would have to reconstruct it, but they aren't building a basement in that condition, in that situation, which would affect both the front retaining wall and possibly even the rear retaining wall next to the Belvedere.
What's your point about the Belvedere?
Well, you're planning a basement extension or a sort of lower ground extension at the back of the site as well. It just on the section at the back, next to the retaining wall by the Belvedere.
I take it, Mr. Robb, that you, Oblique Historic Scotland, were also clearly content with a height of 86.5 metres, otherwise this document would not have been issued.
Again, we were broadly content with a building that was less tall than the gymnasium building.
Well, it's not less tall, it's the same height, isn't it?
It depends on whose drawings you take, but it is around that height, yes.
So, what may be between us over height is a couple of metres.
About 2 metres, yes.
And our floor plate, if we look at this diagram here, our floor plate is further away from the northwestern boundary than indicated here, isn't it?
Yes.
Which can only be an advantage, can't it?
Yes, I think freeing up that space is an advantage.
Thank you. And we pull it back from the southeastern boundary as well, don't we? Than what is shown here.
I'm not sure. It's about around the same. I'd have to look at the drawings.
And we also pull it back from the eastern boundary from what is shown here, which is hard up against the eastern boundary.
Sorry, I was talking about the eastern boundary earlier. Sorry, when you said northeastern, I assumed you meant eastern.
Well, let's just take that again to make sure there's no misunderstanding. Our development does not go as far east as is shown on this diagram, does it?
No. The second scheme goes slightly further east than the first, but it doesn't go right to the boundary.
Both are less than is shown here.
Yes.
And in relation to the southeastern boundary, that is the one parallel with Regent Terrace, we do not go as far southeast as is shown here either.
That's correct.
So our floor plate is actually smaller on the east, north, west and southeast sides, isn't it?
Than that envelope. Yes.
And we are broadly consistent with the height, unless you want to quibble about a couple of metres.
Yes, 2 metres.
And inevitably there would have to be a link between the Hamilton building and the hotel wing, which was an inevitability, wasn't it? And that's what we have.
There is a link, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a 2-storey link, which you have in the first scheme.
Was there also discussion at the workshop that you attended or any other meetings that you attended about it being appropriate to have notional symmetry?
We've never believed that notional symmetry is desirable in this case, right from the very beginning. And I note that your landscape consultant also agreed that notional symmetry wasn't appropriate in this case.
Did you hear from evidence being given by the council about notional symmetry and their documents about that?
I believe that the council did say that did mention notional symmetry early on in the discussions, but I'm not sure that that's their settled view.
Well, did you not hear what evidence was given by I think it was the director, Mr. Leslie, about that matter?
I did. I think that's what I've just answered.
And if notional symmetry was the way forward, that would require something to be notionally symmetrical on the east playground.
Well, we don't agree that notional symmetry is a good way forward.
But
on
that's
this side.
a difference between you and the City of Edinburgh Council, and indeed us as well, isn't it?
I don't believe so.
Well, we'll let others who've heard all the evidence be the judge of that. Now, can you also see, if I move to the west wing,
Yes.
Mr. Robb, can you also see that there would be an advantage to moving any built development away from the northern retaining wall there as well? And I hope not to go through the whole rigmarole again. Can we agree that that would be a benefit, maybe not a significant benefit, but it would be a benefit, having regard to the setting of the wall?
I can't agree that for the reasons I've mentioned earlier on. We believe that setting buildings back in that position is the right thing to do because it retains the western views of the western facade of the Hamilton building, which your own heritage consultant believed were Hamilton's clearly prescribed intentions.
Now, did you indicate that there was an issue about the basement and the northern retaining wall oblique Belvedere?
I've just pointed out that there was a basement, a sub-ground level building in that location. I think the introduction of the basement really is a concern for the southern boundary wall. But obviously these are major construction sites.
If I formed the view that you were making some point about the northern retaining wall, was I wrong about that?
I think care would have to be taken, but I suspect it could be done whilst retaining that wall in position. I think it was really the southern boundary wall I was bringing to your attention because you'd mentioned it several times over the last few weeks.
Because I now have the scale drawing in front of me. And can we agree, without going to it, that there is no difficulty in relation to the northern retaining wall and Belvedere due to standoff distances?
Not in the same way as there is with the southern, no.
I'll return to the southern boundary wall presently. Mr. Robb. Now, if I asked you to look at the west area, shaded pink, what would be your professional judgment if the existing area at Classroom Block was not built upon, but only the remaining pink area, that is, having a standoff from the north boundary wall?
My view, and I think it was explained by perhaps Ewan or Carla, is that is an envelope for development. We wouldn't expect it to be built to the extent. It's indicating an envelope where development can take place. If you asked me my professional opinion, I believe that building on the pink one on the west playground comes too far forward, too far south, and it would begin to impinge on the elevation, the western elevation.
And do you see, or to what extent do you see advantages of being able to see from standing in front of St Andrew's House up to the north facade of the main Hamilton building? What do you see as to the advantages of that?
Well, as I've explained in great detail in my rebuttal precognition, I view that as an oblique and secondary view. Hamilton clearly intended the western facade to be visible in approaches from the west, and also the western facade of the temple, the raised temple block, which is why he spent so much time designing the detailing to a much higher degree. I believe, and I think this over the last few weeks, it's been interesting to note how many people have noted the horizontal section of roadway going up to Colton Hill. I believe that the rear elevation of the building is really meant to be appreciated from there, not from the western. I agree that there will be a view of the rear of the portico, and that view is still possible with the gatehouse there. It's harmed slightly by the current classroom block, but it's still visible, and I genuinely think that view of the northern facade of the temple was not one that Hamilton considered important. Otherwise, he would have spent more time in taking round the detail on the ashlar stonework and the various triglyphs and guttae and mutae that I mentioned earlier on.
Now, Mr. Robb, did I understand you to say that the northern facade was designed to be appreciated from the Carlton Hill Road and the viewing platform, as we've come to call it?
I think in my consultation responses, I'd say that I believe that it was primarily viewed from within the site, because it was the entrance, after all. It was where everyone, most of the boys approached the school to go to assembly, and where all the masters would come in. So I think it was from within the site, but also you can't deny that there is a visibility from that access road. And I think, although it's not entirely lined up with the facade, I think that Hamilton probably thought that view was reasonably important, but secondary to the western approaches.
Now, in terms of the western approach, which you say is more important, and regardless of what weight you attach to the northern facade, would it be better to be able to have a clear view to the northern facade from a position close to St Andrew's House? Would that be better than the current situation from that perspective?
I think there is probably a view from St Andrew's House.
Do we really need to go to all the photographs again, Mr. Robb? is there really a view from the viewpoint 27 at the present time to the northern facade and to the temple, the facade?
I think this is one of these situations where it would be best for, if I can defer to the reporters, to actually go and walk the site. You can see the northern facade above the gatehouse. You can see it as you walk up the access road, and you can see it from various points. It really depends on where you take the picture from, where you take the visualization.
Is the view better to the northern facade, the same or worse with our proposals? And I'm only talking about the view to the northern facade and the temple.
You would see more of the lower portion of the temple, but that would involve the demolition of the Gate Lodge, which I think is generally agreed is a good building and worthy of listing.
But can we agree this, Mr. Robb, from the point of view of viewing the northern facade, that would be an advantage to be weighed in the balance?
Again, I've said it's of very secondary importance in my recognition.
I know you've said it of secondary importance, but is it still an advantage?
Well, it's difficult to say it's an advantage, because what you are saying is it an advantage to demolish a listed building in order to create a view which was always considered secondary from the beginning? I can't really answer that would be a benefit, because you're losing a listed building. In one of the schemes, you're losing Thomas Hamilton's gate piers as well. That view would be demeaned by a huge building going up in front of it. A lot of the discussion has been about hypothetical situations once all the buildings on site have been demolished, but before you actually build the wings. Really, we have to view the fact that you have applied to build 5- and 6-storey wings either side of the building. So we really can't make judgments on whether something is beneficial before these wings are built. You have to view the whole application rather than just take bits of it and say whether they're beneficial in their own right.
Mr. Robb, you know better than I do that every such decision has to be taken in light of the advantages and the disadvantages. I merely put to you that one obvious advantage of our proposal, and there may be disadvantages, but one obvious advantage is a clear view up to the northern facade. That must be so.
Not at the extent of losing a listed building for it.
That's not the point I put, Mr. Robb.
But I don't see how I can answer that, because you're asking me to agree that a listed building can be demolished in order to improve a view that was never considered that important in the first place.
Mr. Robb, I did not
ask you that question. If you want an answer to it, no, I don't agree.
Mr. Robb, I did not ask you that question.
That's the implication of your question.
No, it's not. Could you please just answer the question?
But Sir, with respect, the witness has answered this question more than once. You have his evidence on the point.
Well, sir, with my respect, the witness hasn't answered the question and has done everything he can in his power not to answer the question directly put to him. And I do believe I'm entitled to an answer from this.
Mr. Robb's last statement was, if you want an answer, no. And he explained in his earlier answers why that is.
Yeah, and we could get even more hypothetical. I suppose you could say, assume the lodge building wasn't there. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying you'd have to demolish it to achieve that. Yeah. In that circumstance, if there was no lodge building,
yes,
you might take a different view.
I might take a different view. Hello. Yes. If the scheme was, say, like a National Trust scheme, like at Homewood in Glasgow, the Greek Thompson House, where they demolished a later school building, they rebuilt walls and restored the site to its original condition, then I think there would be arguments for these things. But that's not what's happening. Small, non-detrimental buildings are being removed and being replaced with 5- and 6-storey buildings. The smaller buildings are noted as having a detrimental effect on the setting, yet the 5- and 6-storey buildings are seen as somehow enhancing it. That we're not dealing with hypothetical remove this building, is that beneficial, because new buildings are going in their place. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Well, sir, I'm glad you had no better success with the question than I did. But, Mr. Robb, can I try, please, to ask this? So far as the main Hamilton building is concerned, you welcome its reuse?
Yes.
And you welcome the repairs to the fabric of the type that we've talked about?
Of course, yes.
And in relation to the eastern wing, that is broadly consistent with the advice that I now realise you were partly responsible for?
It's a council document, but yes, I follow what you're saying.
And you accept that?
I accept, yes. It's broadly in agreement with what we have there on that.
Yeah. And it's broadly in agreement with the advice that Historic Environment Scotland gave in relation to the height, scale and massing of the East Wing, broadly.
I don't think we've ever been as specific. This was a bit of a breakthrough in actually designing an envelope. Normally, we don't go in with proactive pre-application advice. This is quite rare for the council to do this. It's something that we've started doing, and with your witness Andrew Wright, we did that at Bangor Hospital, where we basically said, here is the situation, here are some buildings that we believe are beyond repair, just in order to G up the site and ideally get a better solution in the end. So we haven't gone into great detail about what we feel the site can accommodate, but this document is from the council's point of view, as a pre-application advice, what might be acceptable.
Yes, but it's actually had input in your professional advice as well, didn't it?
I think it would have our name on it if we had signed up to it completely. We were involved in the discussions, and it's taken forward certain of our views. Yes.
Let's try and G up the position between us then, Mr. Robb. Insofar as the East Wing is concerned, our proposals are broadly consistent with the advice that you gave in relation to height, scale and massing as shown on this drawing. Are they not?
That's the council's advice.
Now, Mr. Robb, there's the council's advice on which you were consulted and had input to, is it not?
It's purely council advice. We were involved in the process, but I think all we've said is that we would ideally like to see a building of lesser scale than the gymnasium on that site. We haven't gone into whether it should be set back, how far it should be set back, other things. We did also mention that we believe that setting back the buildings against the rear wall would be useful. But these are discussions that we had going back to the Duddingston House workshop sessions in 2014.
Well, let me try this again then, Mr. Robb. Our proposal is broadly consistent with the information that we have in this document, CD 363.
For the Eastern Wing.
For the
Eastern Wing, yes.
In relation to the Eastern Wing, clearly.
Yes.
And that this document had input and advice and the approval of yourself and Historic Scotland before it was issued.
We weren't actually given the opportunity to approve it. I think there was a certain degree that this was council advice. Had we put our name to it, our name would be on it.
I understand that, Mr. Robb. I mean, let's not be shy about this. Please, let's try and make progress.
I'm not being shy. I'm trying to be accurate.
Please, let me finish. I recognise, of course, that the HES stamp isn't on it, and nor have you signed the document. But having said that, you had input to it, and it went out with your knowledge and approval, didn't it?
We saw the document, and we have broadly agreed with its the proposals it's put forward.
Thank you. That took a while, but thank you. The conclusion, therefore, is that we broadly agree, in relation to the Eastern Wing, we broadly agree with the document which broadly agrees with Historic Scotland's professional judgment, doesn't it?
In relation to the Eastern Wing, yes.
Yes. Right. Sir, I note that it's after 4 o'clock. I have got much more to cover and on totally different topics. This would be a useful time to break. I'd also like to reflect on issues about the plans that Mr. Robb introduced. You had indicated between 4 and 5, so if I may.
Sorry, same line. right. Yes, just a question of making sure that we don't slip again on our programme. You said there's quite a lot more to do. Are you still confident that we will be able to deal with Mr Robb and the other heads?
As certain as I may be, sir, the answer is yes to that, subject to Mr Robb directing my attention to many more plans. But the answer is yes.
And our attention.
I firmly believe that we will finish both HES witnesses tomorrow.
In that case, yes, I think that would be a sensible point to break, and we'll resume again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Anything else before we break? All right, thank you very much.